Lovely. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? We all good? Fantastic. Welcome to the. Is it not? Sounds like it is in my ears. Is it? Perhaps I'll. Better. Yeah, that is better. Right. Morning, everybody. My name's Zoe Arthurs. I'm chair of the Association for Industrial Technology. Welcome to our 2024 Cardiff conference. I have some housekeeping that I need to run over before we get started. There are no fire drills, no fire alarms planned for today. So if you do hear one, it is real. If you hear a fire alarm, head to the illuminated exits to the left and right, and the muster point is over the road in front of the main entrance. And that's that. It's really lovely to see everyone today, lots of familiar faces and lots of new ones as well. It's lovely to welcome some people who've never been to conference before. So if you see any blue badges, give the guys a wave and go and make yourself known and make them feel welcome. And hopefully they'll come back next year and for lots more years, fingers crossed. We had a lovely visit yesterday to the lower Swansea Valley with Edith Evans. Everyone who could join us. We had some incredible visits. We saw some great engineering and the weather was amazing. We were really lucky. It was mild and sunny, so that was good. We have a day of brilliant speakers for you today. Opening with Steph Mastoris, former Head of Museums for National Museums Wales, and his talk on our Welsh industrial museums. You are. Please do come on up.
Thank you. Let's sort of get the presentation going. Thank you. While that's being done, I was slightly worried coming here because I saw a whole load of extremely fit people in lycra, and I thought that doesn't look like the people I normally associate with the Association of Industrial Archaeologists. But I realise now that there's a half marathon which is taking place tomorrow. So I assume you will all get into your lycra later on.
Okay.
Are we there?
Yes.
I have a clicker.
Yes. Left and right for forward and
Yeah, yeah, that's great.
Is that, and that's yours?
Yes.
Looks just like mine.
That's Mr. Jobs for you, isn't it? Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed for inviting me to speak today. As has just been said, I am literally fresh from having my institutional shell ripped off me on Monday. It was my last day as head of museums, also head of the National Waterfront Museum in Swansea. So it's really nice to actually sort of relive the whole aspects, most important aspects really of my job, really, which is overseeing certainly the operational side of the museums, and particularly because of my background, really, the 4 industrial museums that that Amgueddfa Cymru looked after. So just to give you a little bit of background about myself, I was born and brought up in Cardiff, but after university and everything else, I found myself in Nottingham, working for Nottingham City Museums, working in the social history department, but that got dragged into doing 2 or 3 really interesting industrial things. One was to move the Players tobacco firms industrial commercial archive, which was a massive job. I got to know a lot about the lace industry in terms of the lace market in Nottingham and how it developed and its sort of topographical nature. And I was also involved partly with the setting up of what I think is now no longer there, which is the Canal Museum, which was in a former Fellows Morton Clayton warehouse on the side of the canal. I then moved to Leicestershire Museums to then look after, firstly, a quite small museum in Market Harborough, which was embedded within a former R&WH Symington corset factory. So I got to know a lot about corsets. I had the wonderful opportunity to say that I curated women's foundation wear, which always normally got a bit of an interest from people I was talking to. But Harbour itself, like a lot of market towns, had a very interesting industrial background with the Harbour Rubber Company and also tungsten batteries, which previously had been a type foundry as well. And then I moved on after helping to set up the now much not maligned, much lamented Snibston Discovery Park in northwest Leicestershire. I then ran it for about 10 years, and it's nice to see Wendy Free here, who was a very good colleague of mine during those days. And then in 2004, there was this very wonderful opportunity to come back to Wales to help establish and then run the National Waterfront Museum, about which a lot more later on. And then, as the notes, I think, say, from kind notes from David DeHaan, that I then got into the business of admin, as one always does. And after 2 years as Director of Operations, I then had this lofty title of Head of Museums, which actually was not as exciting as it sounds. And Peter's smiling at me because I think he sort of knows how that organization works. And I retired from that 20 years on last Monday, as I said. So I've had a varied and interesting career, 46 years basically, dealing with industrial collections in different ways and also managing industrial museums. So that's given me quite an interesting perspective that I hope will manifest itself really in what I want to talk about today. In as much as I'd like to give you just a very brief overview of the industrial museums in Wales. I suspect most of you are very well aware of those, so I wasn't going to preach the converted, really. But then particularly talk about the National Museum's collection, just because one's brain is quite sort of mixed, really, with this. I'll sometimes talk about the National Museum. I'll talk about Amgueddfa Cymru, which is the Welsh version of it, because within the organisation we use those terms intermittently all the time in really. And I want to look at each of the sites and think about their collections, and more especially what their selling points are and how they came about. And I'm particularly interested in the interpretive techniques that they use. And then at the end, I'd just like to throw a few thoughts out about how interpretation, certainly within these museums, has changed. And I think also how interpretation in a lot of industrial museums has changed, both in the past, is changing now, and it'll be interesting to think, and I'm interested if there's time for questions, to get your feedback on where you think industrial museums are going in the future. Okay, so let's start our little journey, as they say. And I'm going to almost echo the great Geraint Jenkins, who most of his books started off with Wales is a country with an indented coastline on 3 sides. And the reason I put this up, and the map of the South Wales coalfield, is actually, if you just look at the number of rivers you have within Wales, which, given the fact that you have this massive, you can't do it on this one, but a massive central uplands. You've got deep river-cut valleys, and as well as this amazing coastline. So actually, in terms of for a period, any form of industry that requires any form of motive power in the era before electricity or steam, then water power was fundamental to that. And if you then combine that with the fact that in the south you have this amazing coal field, up in the northeast you've got a smaller coal field, up in the northwest you've got slate and granite, and then in the middle you've got a lot of pasturage where sheep are probably the best animals to graze there, and so you can imagine that actually wool and woolen textiles are also going to be an important factor within the
says how much is in the battery.
Post-medieval and early modern, and modern to some extent, industrial economy of Wales.
The battery.
So we're looking at a national museum service and communities in general that have got a really big story to tell. If you just look at the sort of these four elements. Coal being loaded at Barry Docks. You've got copper ingots smelted in the lower Swansea Valley, and I'm sure you heard an awful lot about those yesterday. You've got a steel rail rolling mill, and you've got somebody polishing up tin plate. So just in terms of fuels, but also then what those fuels are being used for, this is a really big story. So in 1913, you had about 620 coal mines active in Wales at that time. And it's estimated that, if you like, Welsh peak coal took place again in 1913. And it's around about 15 million tonnes, which is an astounding amount. A large proportion of which is then being exported by the sea that surrounds Wales, but also a good load of it is also being used to fuel these industries, the copper, iron and steel, tin plate, zinc, lead smelting, etc., etc. And if you, again, the statistics for that are quite impressive. By the middle of the 19th century, early to middle of the 19th century, 90% of the world's copper was being smelted in Wales. Virtually all zinc was being smelted in Wales by the late 19th century. And about 75% of the world's tin plate was being produced in Wales in the early to mid 19th century. So it's a very, very important and very big industrial story that we're trying to tell here. Likewise, in terms of iron, one of the biggest producers again in the world in the early 19th century, and the Siemens open hearth steel process was developed, as I'm sure we're told to you, at Landor, just up the way from Swansea, in the late 1860s. So it's not just a bit of coal helping a few industries develop. This is a major global environment in a country that's extremely blessed. It's a difficult country to traverse. When I go and see my colleagues from Swansea to up in Llanberis, say, it takes normally 4 hours. Don't know if you ever did it any faster, Peter? No. But the curious thing is, and this is just, let's leave aside National Museum Wales, is that actually there's very few industrial museums. There are quite a lot of sites, and a lot of, if you like, industrial monuments. But when it comes down to, the places where the collections and the information meet in terms of interpretation of Wales's industrial past, it's actually immensely short, I think. We've got Bersham Ironworks at the top left. We've got the Ebbw Vale offices, which is now the archive, but also a small interpretive centre for the history of the Ebbw Vale Steelworks. You've got a copper, I can never remember how to pronounce that. That's the where is it? It's the, is it Sugin copper mine? Sugin, the Sugin copper mine. And you've also then got perhaps the one that, if you like, is a serious mining museum is the Rhondda Heritage Park. And there are a number of others, but they are very, very small. Most of them started life as independent museums. Some of them then have been taken over by local authorities as to stop them just disappearing. And so without the National Museum, I think the industrial story of Wales would be poorly communicated and being seen very much in a local context rather than in a regional or national context. Let me just have a slip of water. So I don't really want to talk much more about that. And these places do a very good job as far as they can, but it's all on a shoestring. I'm sure if you spoke to the people who run the Heritage Park, they would disagree, but it is tight. Times, especially at the moment, are hard. Times are hard for the National Museum as well, but you can imagine keeping some of these sites even just standing and safe is a big, big problem. So, without wanting to fly a sort of corporate flag and say hurrah for the National Museum, but yes, hurrah for the National Museum, because without that, without its existence and 85% funding from Welsh Government, we wouldn't really be able to talk much about Welsh industry in a coherent way. So of the 8 sites that we have, one of which is a store just outside Cardiff, the key industrial ones, starting from the top, is the National Select Museum at Llanberis, and then coming down to Swansea, which you've obviously all seen in one way or another from the back of a bus, which is the National Waterfront Museum, which has a sort of synoptic overview of Welsh industry. And then we have Blaenavon, where Big Pit, the Coal Mining Museum, and at Drefach Felindra over in Ceredigion, really, near Newcastle Emlyn, is the National Wool Museum. Interestingly, and this is a point I think that we'll come back to again and again, given the importance of the metal industries in Wales, not in terms of quantity of materials created, but also the technological developments that took place from the early 18th century onwards, it's quite sad that there isn't a sort of dedicated museum of metals in general, and that's really something that if you could have come to the museum on the ground floor of one of the wings, we probably devote about 50% of the space to talking about those different industries and how they functioned. And the other thing I think to note is that apart from Swansea, all the other sites are basically, all the other museums are also heritage sites in their own right. But we'll come to that in a second, really. But I think what we need to do is, to, if you like, start at the very beginning with the foundation of the National Museum in the early Edwardian period. Although the buildings you see here wasn't actually finished until the 1920s. But that certainly by the 1950s, or before the 1950s, there were two things that were going on in this building which represented the totality of the Welsh Museum, the National Museum scene. Yes, there was art. Yes, there was natural sciences represented there. but particularly there were antiquities as well, but there were also a very big geology department that was particularly interested in, if you like, economic geology. And there was also the makings of an early social history collection, which came under the control of one of the sort of giants of 20th century museology in Wales, Iorwerth Peat. And so certainly by the late 20s and early 30s, the museum is almost being nudged into an analysis and a description and a discussion of two things, really. One is obviously this story of coal and the raw material, the other raw materials, mineral deposits within Wales, and not just how they came about, but how they're also being used. And also, Iorwerth Peat was particularly interested in craft industries, and especially things such as blacksmithing, wheelwrighting, etc. So all of this is starting to insinuate itself in, and it's only in the 1950s that a Department of Industry is founded, in the mid-50s. And those, anyone else here from Wales and Cardiff? No? Okay. Apart from Peter. I'm sure you remember that sort of pseudo coal mine that was created as an exhibit, a fake exhibit within the west wing of the museum. And I put that wonderful painting of Trevithick because I remember that thing being framed next to these pseudo headstocks that were there, and then you could go into a little basement and pretend you were in a coal mine. So that was the extent of what was going on, if you like, in terms of industry per se. Although what then happened is that the craft industry became the heart of what then became St Fagans Museum. We'll talk about that in a second. So the Department of Industry finally got its opportunity to have its own museum in the 1970s. In 76, 77, it opened the first of what was proposed to be 5 distinct pods, buildings, whatever you want to call them, down on the Docklands. Here you see this wonderful 1986-87 replica of Trevithick's Penydarren locomotive, which was depicted in the painting just a moment ago, in a rather sort of brutalist, mechanical sort of shed, along with this other really brutalist mechanical shed, which was one of the wings of the museum. And in fact, only 3 pods were developed before the site had to be sold for the redevelopment of Cardiff Bay. And if you go shopping or drinking in Mermaid Quay, down in the bay, that's the site of the Industrial and Maritime, the Welsh Industrial and Maritime Museum. So it did maritime as well as industry. So in that respect, it did well. It lasted from 1977 to 1998. And its closure, forced closure, made National Museum think quite a lot about what it wanted to do with this quite synoptic collection relating to every form of Welsh industry you could think about, really. As I said, at the same time, just outside Cardiff, at a place called St Fagans, one of the country estates of the Earls of Plymouth, which was based in this rather magnificent 17th century country house, castle, whatever you want to call it, had been sold in lieu of death duties mainly to the National Museum to create the first serious attempt at an open-air museum on the Skansen model, which finally opened to the public in the late 1946-47, and was ruled with an intellectual iron fist by Yorith Peat, who disliked industry intensely in terms of real industry as opposed to craft industry. He loved the idea of the village blacksmith, but he hated the idea of what actually then turned into a much more mechanized factory-best approach. And one of our colleagues, Aidan William, has just only a year ago published a very interesting, big, full biography of Yorith Peat, where he really pulls apart all the myth-making that Peat himself put in, but of how St Fagans came about, because it wasn't just him. Actually, there was a willingness within the senior management of the museum to deal with both, if you like, what would be classified now as a vernacular culture, but also to look also at industry, hence what we've just been talking about. And today, you have this massive 100-acre site with a vast range of buildings, most of which are rural and designed to show off the vernacular variety of Welsh pre-industrial housing, as well as a gallery for costume, etc., etc. And it was not until Peat himself actually died in 1982 that the museum dared then to start collecting examples of early industrial activity in Wales on a proper basis. And even then, there was a folksy element to it. You've got a tannery there. You've got, again, the village blacksmith. You've got a small pottery kiln and also a sawmill. But that really, that was the totality pre-Peat's death. But after that, perhaps the most interesting exhibit on the site, on the top left-hand corner, were the Rudikar cottages, a row of ironworkers' cottages, but then, very interestingly, and I think this is probably the first technique of its kind, a synchronic display where the first of the cottages was, as it would have been when rural communities were coming to work in the coalfield and ironworks, and then a series of chronological changes right the way through to a modern, how the house has been completely, the one at the other end of the row has been completely turned into a 1960s house. And I think that was probably one of the first examples of doing that. In addition, we've got, if you like, a classic coal community shop, ironmongery and food and groceries, a workman's hall from Oakdale, and with much celebration this year, we've opened the Vulcan pub. Interestingly, it was literally just along the road from here, and as its name suggests, was located close to the East Moors steelworks just round the corner. So that was really an interesting, what's been happening since '82 has really been to try and get to grips with what the domestic social history arrangements of industrial communities was all about. The closure of the Welsh Industrial and Maritime Museum brought about a very major shift as well. And a document was produced called the Wales, the First Industrial Nation. The idea was the Wales Industrial Strategy, because there was a lot of criticism at the closure of what we call WIM. So what the answer to that was to try and find a new location for its collections, and also on the back of that to develop a more coherent view of what was already in the estate. Because during the 60s and 70s, the National Museum had got involved with a number of other industrial sites elsewhere in Wales, the ones that I've just referred to at the beginning of this presentation. And this document not only helped create the situation where the National Waterfront Museum in Swansea was created as a very interesting legal and financial partnership between the National Museum and City and County of Swansea, but also it was the springboard to a series of heritage lottery, whatever it's called these days, fund applications to revivify and extend and certainly improve the interpretation of the other industrial museums that had come into the estate of the National Museum of Wales. And the first of those is the National Slate Museum, which is basically located in the Denora Quarry workshops just outside village of Llanberis, under the shadow of Snowdon. So the buildings had been, and the core collections within them, all the machinery, had actually been salvaged in the 1970s. But by the time the industrial strategy came along, National Museum had, if you like, leased the property. The land is actually owned by Gwynedd Council. It's a very interesting building in a number of ways. It has, I suppose, its key attraction, apart from being a slate working location. Well, I'll come back to that in a moment. It's got a very nice water wheel, which is the largest water wheel freestanding water wheel within the British Isles, but not, it's smaller than the one at Laxey. I think that's, size matters in industrial collections, doesn't it, really? The way in which the site was interpreted in terms of there's a workshop there's obviously blacksmithing, etc. There was a loco shed, but the key thing was to demonstrate not just this. I'm being very negative about blacksmithing, but you find it all over the place, which is fine, and it's dramatic and it's lovely. But actually, the big thing that people really come away from Llanberis with is the fine art of splitting large blocks of slate into beautifully smooth and well-shaped roofing slates, which was the purpose in the main of the Penrhyn quarries and the whole quarry area. And in fact, as you may have heard, it's only in the last year and a half, 2 years, that not just Llanberis, but a large area within northwest of Gwynedd has now become a UNESCO World Heritage Site because of the global impact of the slate industry. So, in a way, it's quite odd because slate splitting didn't actually, I think, take place within the workshops because they were there to service the quarry. The splitting was done elsewhere, but obviously, as a location, it's a perfect location for that. And here's the water wheel, and there's a very, very fine collection of patterns in the casting shed, and also a very good set of, the water wheel obviously drives an awful lot of other machinery within the building. As a result of the lottery grant in 1998, a mini version of the Rue de Car cottages was created as an adjunct to the site. These are the Tanigrisau cottages. And again, they've done the same synchronic displays, really. And you can see an example of the main kitchen area in the earliest one and the one in the latest one. I'm pleased to announce that, as you probably also think, that we've now had another lottery bid and successful, and the museum itself will close in November of this year for a major refit, and especially in terms of dealing with improving the interpretation of what's going on there, as well as better facilities for learning activities, etc., and should reopen in late 2026. The second of the industrial sites is what's known as the National Wool Museum, which is at Drefach Velindre, known in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as the Huddersfield of Wales. There were something like 28 woolen mills scattered along a very deep-cut river-cut valley just to the southeast of Newcastle Emlyn. And the Cambrian mill that you see here was built in 1902, interestingly just after the First World War, had a mysterious fire, as a lot of these mills had, which I think was probably an insurance claim, but continued operational after being rebuilt until 1965. It specialized in flannel and very much capitalized on the need for flannel for uniforms of the British Army during the First World War. The redisplay, again funded on the back of the Wales Industrial Strategy, took place in 2004 and completely rejigged how the basic machinery, etc., hadn't changed, but the storyline was really one of from fleece to fabric, talking about how wool comes in at one end and fabric comes out at the other, rather than particularly just looking at how the machinery worked in its own right. What's happened in the last 2 years, which isn't lottery funded, but will, I think, be pretty interesting, is the building next door to it, which was operated as a private mill, which did a lot of the actual mainstream large weaving for anything that we were producing, called Melin Tivy. We've now acquired the building, made the machinery a little more safe than it was when it was privately owned, and I've got lots of plans, very exciting plans, to actually create a lot of really good quality flannel and other products, some of which you can see over there. The third site is Big Pit, which was a mine probably established in the late 1860s, but actually named Big Pit from about 1881, which closed in 1980. And again, because of the quality of what had survived, it became a privately run or charitably run mining museum, until again, on the back of the Welsh Industrial Strategy, it was taken into Amgueddfa Cymru in 2001. And of course, well, not of course, but its great selling point is that you actually do go 300 foot underground and you do have a tour. And I think you're going there tomorrow? Marvelous. I will say no more, as they say. I don't want to spoil the surprise. But in addition, of course, there's a lot of kit on site that you can access, and a very nice 1930s pithead baths, as well as on the top right-hand side, something called King Coal, which tries to get over the more modern mining techniques, which are often not discussed in most of the traditional mining museums. So the sort of post-power loading agreement stuff from the 1950s and 60s. Again, its selling point is that going underground. And there's, we've just finished, well, it was a major refurbishment in 2003, which very briefly brings me on to the National Waterfront Museum, which I was hoping you'd have seen, but what we've got here is a 1902 dockside warehouse, the brick-built building, for the South Dock, built in the 1850s, late 1850s, and closed in the 1960s. And again, 1977 seems to have been a good year for industrial museums because Swansea Council took the building over and opened its own Swansea Industrial and Maritime Museum in the building. That was sort of failing by the 2000s. And so when the National Museum was looking for a partner for locating its new industrial museum, Synoptic Industrial Museum, they won the bid. And so the new steel and glass wing to the museum was created in between 2002 2005. And so you have this sort of bifocal place with big stuff in the new buildings and small stuff in the former dockside warehouse. In addition, we acquired, because nobody wanted it anymore, the Glamorgan Canal weighing machine, barge weighing machine that was languishing at, up in Northamptonshire. And we also, it comes back to haunt you wherever you are in Wales, the replica of the Panadarran locomotive, which does steam. And we have big, what we call King Kong doors at the end of the new gallery to steam this thing out, which is on high days and holidays. And what's really interesting about what happened at Swansea is that the National Museum decided it wanted to do something very different. It really wanted to adopt fully that human history approach to interpretation. So this wonderful photograph of people up at Tonopandi in 1910, either just before or just after they had a riot, was used as a key image. It's not about the kit, it's about the people who used the kit, and it's about what the kit did for other people. And likewise, the oral history extracts on the right-hand side, along with historic film. Again, it's about what working conditions were like, rather than details about the technical details about what they were using in terms of machinery. The other radical thing that happened was that it was being designed just as digital media was really coming on stream at an affordable price. And so there's some, what was in 2005 when we opened to the public, extremely fancy, and still is, and still works quite well, interpretive IT. What is different is that this side, that side, waterfront side, has enough space to deal with other things in a more, to reflect on the collections in a more active way through a series of events or art events. So this is cast iron sculpture casting, and at the bottom there, the Swansea City Opera working with some homeless people for a street opera about transport, right in the middle of the transport gallery. So that, I hope, has sort of put the rest of the museum into context in terms of their industrial story, and between them. And I would say actually that where that transport area also is where we do a lot of the talking about the iron, steel, copper, tin plate, etc. But just to end, what I want to say is that I think both the foundation of these 4 museums, or at least the first 3, was very much on the back of what would be classified as the traditional approach, that you have a lot of nice machinery and you explain it. And that's very much the result of, I'm looking at David here, I mean, Iron Bridge is the classic example, is it not, of, ex-employee or practitioners within an industry wanting to preserve what they grew up with and what they respected as feats of engineering. So it's very much a technical focus, and it's actually as a result of heavy industrial decline. What's interesting then is this human history approach, which came in on the back of the social history movement in the 1970s, is the beginning of what really manifested itself at Swansea, because it was deliberately pitched for an audience that were going to be first or even second generation post-industrial audiences. So it was pitched at people who didn't do museums generally, but certainly didn't want to know about the triple expansion boiler. What they wanted to know, using in this case costume drama, which Wendy knows a lot about, actually talking about the social conditions of industrial workers. What's happened very recently within the organization, and I think is happening at places like the Heritage Park, for instance, there is this real need now to look at what we classified as intangible industrial cultural heritage. That, Big Pit is a working mine. It comes under the mines legislation. And so actually we have to have fully trained guides to take you underground. Now, we're getting to the stage where we can't find any miners anymore. So we are having to not just employ somebody who wants to have a go, but actually they are mining apprentices. And it's the same at the Slate Museum, where we think we're down, the industry itself is down to just under 20 experienced slate splitters. And within the woolen textile industry, yes, there are actually quite a lot of people around, but in Wales, not that many. So again, we are training people up and also using those opportunities, as you can see on the left-hand side, also on the right-hand side, to actually provide a bit of income for people who just want to have a little go at these things. And last but not least, I'll leave you with this, because I'm picking up through contacts from things like European Route of Industrial Heritage, that certainly in Central and Eastern Europe, there's a growing, much more vocal environmental lobby than we have maybe in the UK, who are saying, and this is maybe the 3rd generation of our visitors post-industry, saying, why are we celebrating? Why are we celebrating these buildings which did so much damage to the environment? And so I think we're certainly trying to do it, Amgueddfa Cymru, and more especially, I think other people are trying to do, is to at least think through the consequences of that. So, for instance, there is, there's this aim to try and make Big Pit as a building carbon neutral within the next 10 to 15 years, which is hugely ironic given the fact that it's all about coal. And likewise, getting people to understand that, textile dyes at Drefar can be natural as well. And this idea of the sustainability of wool as a fabric, I think, is particularly interesting. So I hope that's given you an idea of what the Welsh Industrial Museums are about, how I think, although it's pretty patchy in the independent and local authority sector, the National Museum, I think, or Welsh Government, has done the country very proud. And I think the big issue going forward, apart from this, is this whole approach to try and get us working, not just nationally through things like the Valleys That Changed the World, or an earlier version of that, which was called Herion, which was trying to get the smaller museums and the larger museums working together, but also obviously through the European route of industrial heritage. We are stronger together, but also I think with times tough, and also sharing that information about what our visitors are telling us about what they like or they don't like about what we should be doing. I think that's a very powerful way to bring about change. Thank you very much for listening.
We've got time for a few minutes for comments and questions. Yes. Do you want to run around?
Yep. Anyone who wants to ask a question or make a point, wait until the microphone comes to you, so that people at home on their Zoom calls can hear you.
Silence in the room.
Silence.
Oh, somebody at the back there. Oh, somebody at the front there.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Apropos these faux environmental arguments, I would suggest the rejoinder is quite simple. Look at the standard of living of the average person in 1700 and compare the standard of living of the average person in 1950. Because coal did a colossal amount to improve the lot of most people in the country, be they high-born or low. The greatest force, actually, was probably the steam railway, because distribution, effective distribution, not only stimulated the economy, it also meant that ordinary people had access to cheap fuel, often for the first time, and fresh foodstuffs, often for the first time. And these are the enormous benefits which no amount of environmental argy-bargy can really negate.
No, I totally agree, and I think, but that you've almost stated beautifully there, how we as people running industrial museums actually can make that point. But that's a different narrative, again. It links to the sort of human history approach, but it's a more environmentally aware human history approach, and I think that's the way I think we're all going to be going in the next 10 years. There's a lady at the back.
I wondered how closely you work with CADU, or whether their focus is different. I mean, obviously historic buildings, but anyway.
Yes and no. I mean, the closest working actually takes place in a different vein, which is at Caerleon, just beyond Newport, where we run the Roman Legion museum dedicated to the Roman conquest and occupation of Wales. And right next to it is a Roman bath block, which is run by CADU, and on the other side of the road, we've also got the arena there as well. So there's a lot of work, and in fact, that's something that we're going to be looking at in the next few years very actively, about how a more integrated offer could take place in a place like that. I think in terms of industrial sites, well, it's different, isn't it, between sites, monuments, and museums, and it's a bit like talking about military architecture and the preservation of castles, if you see what I mean. So, yeah, obviously we share a lot of information, especially about actually visitor experiences, and trying to make sure that, if you like, the warm welcome is provided, but the same issues in terms of safety of buildings, etc. But I think often CADU tends to be, it's got, it has a pile of stones it has to interpret, and it does that very well. But that's a very different technique than having people embedded in there actually demonstrating the skills that went on. Now, I think there's some really interesting work going on. I think, dare I say, English Heritage really stole the march there by looking by embedding quite not just costume characters into some of these sites, but also really quite thoughtful contemporary art pieces, which also summed up very much what some of the sites were about. And I think actually a lot of that was done. First stuff I ever saw that was actually in Jersey, where Jersey Heritage was doing that. And then Mike Day, who ran Jersey Heritage, went to Historic Royal Palaces, and I think brought that in as well. And I think since then it's proliferated. So there's some interesting stuff there, really.
Lovely. Thank you ever so much. I don't think we've got enough time for any more.
No, I'm
questions,
sure
but
we're well over.
Yes, we'll, are you staying on?
I'm
for
staying
coffee?
until just before lunch, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, feel free to grab Steph over coffee.
Yeah.
And if we could give Steph one more round of applause before we very quickly welcome Peter Wakelin, Heritage Consultant, and his talk, The Making of an Industrial Landscape, Blaenavon World Heritage Site.
Oh, right.
We'll just sort out the presentation.
Well, while that's being arranged, I'll say how nice it is to have been invited by David DeHaan back to the AIA conference, which...
What is it? Blaenavon?
Yeah, it says Blaenavon, that's right. It's nice to see a lot of old friends. I was on the council of the AIA for a decade or so and edited Industrial Archaeology News for quite a long time. So it's good to be back. And now I've got slides, so I can stop talking nonsense.
Left and right buttons for forward and backward.
Thank you very much. So you're going to Blaenavon tomorrow, aren't you? No. Oh, right. Well, that's in Blaenavon. I'm going to talk about the ironworks and the World Heritage Site more generally. And give you an introduction to the landscape which is so important at Blaenavon. The development of the iron industry and coal mining industries and all the supporting industries that went with mining is represented at Blaenavon par excellence. You have an extensive landscape of broken ground, tips, mine sites, tramroads, quarries, a whole panoply of the landscape features which went together to operate the iron industry from the late 18th century into the late 19th century. You have the ironworks at Blaenavon run by Cadw and consisting of furnaces, cottages, calcining ovens, engine house remains, and so forth that comprise the normal accoutrements of an ironworks of the era. You have Big Pit, which Steph has been talking about, a very typical South Wales deep mine in many respects. Not one of the grand show pits that were often built with matching architectural styles, but a site that had developed piecemeal over many years. So Blaenavon is at the top right-hand corner of the South Wales coalfield. You've already had a nice map that Steph has provided of the coalfield, but here it is with the coal types set out. Anthracite over on the west, bituminous coals on the east, and the steam coals very much in the centre in the Rhondda, which was so famous for exporting steam coal in the 19th and early 20th centuries. But the bituminous coals, particularly good for smelting, over on the east and around the northern rim. That availability of good bituminous coals, combined with the black band iron ores that came with them, and the limestone outcrop, which was needed for flux, all in the geology of the northern rim and the southern rim of the South Wales coalfield, made this an exceptional location for the development of the iron industry. And over the period from the 1760s, actually 1759 was the first of the coke ironworks to be built, and the 1830s, around 70 new ironworks, and here are just a few of them along that northern rim of the South Wales coalfield, from the Clydach and Blaenavon in the far east, over to Ynys Cedwyn in the west at the head of the Swansea Valley, and at the middle, the very famous concentration around Merthyr Tydfil of Cyfarthfa, Dowlais, Penydarren and Plymouth ironworks. You know, huge works. All of these were very large works by the standard of the era. They were all integrated works where they, as new establishments, so very different from Staffordshire, where you had or Shropshire, where you had piecemeal land holdings, the difficulties of fighting for different resources. In each of these cases, people were able to come into virgin territories and get leases on very large areas of land and do things in an integrated way and the most efficient way possible. Large land holdings and the latest methods being started from scratch. And as a result, many of these works became very large indeed. So Cyfarthfa was the largest in the ironworks in the world by the 1790s and had 2,000 employees. At Dowlais, a little bit later, by 1830, that was the largest, and it was 3 times as big as Cyfarthfa had been, with 6,000 employees. And you can see in this picture of Dowlais, a huge number of furnaces around the back there, as well as on this side. So you've got a furnace tunnel head here, another furnace over there, and a whole row of them in the distance. Do these look good from where you are? Yeah. It's interesting. From here, it's all sort of slightly granular. And by 1830, South Wales was making 40% of all the iron in Britain. So that's the background to the story that was happening in Blaenavon. And here at Blaenavon, you have this typical geology of the coalfield outcrop, the outcrop at the edge of the South Wales coal basin syncline. You've got Blaenavon in a valley very near the head of the coalfield. You've got collieries coming down into the coal measures, black here, which also has the black band iron ore in it. And then just beyond that rim of the coalfield, you've got the limestone, which was essential to use as flux in the industry. And this is the kind of landscape that the iron industry all the way along the heads of the valleys was taking over. It was virgin territory, partly because it was upland that was inhospitable, really. You know, this was not an area that had settlement of any scale in it at all. There were very large leases potentially available. So 3 ironmasters from the Midlands, involved with Staffordshire. Hopkins had a Welsh background, but the other 2 were Staffordshire men entirely, came down and took a lease from the Marquess of Abergavenny of 12,000 acres. The ironworks was established at the edge of their lease. The coal measures outcropped with the iron ore all the way across here, and they were able to take on this huge landholding and exploit it. And the first thing they did was build houses for the key workers that they needed to bring from the Midlands to develop this. The population of the heads of the valleys was negligible at this time, so people needed to be brought in to undertake the work. And of course, thousands of people came in from rural parts of Wales and from Devon and Cornwall particularly to develop the industries of South Wales. This picture, which you've already seen by Richard Colt-Hoare, the antiquarian, is a fantastic resource for understanding the early development of the ironworks. Colt-Hoare was a very assiduous artist in depicting topographical information accurately. And there are some details that are a little bit hard to interpret here, but that's our problem rather than his, I think. He wasn't making it up. So we have at this site the mineral supply, being brought together with manufacturing and transport, all managed by the same company. They're not dependent on any other providers for any of this. You have an iron industry that's coke-fueled, the modern method of production that was sweeping across the nation from the invention of coke smelting by Abraham Darby in 1709 through to its gradual adoption in the mid-18th century, and then its exclusion, really, of the charcoal industry by the end of the century. And unlike earlier ironworks, it was designed right from the beginning to be multiple furnaces. So not a furnace to see how it goes, but the confidence of saying, we're bringing these new methods, we're going to apply them, and we're going to be very successful because we know how this is done and we've got the land to support it. So they built 3 furnaces between 1787, when they took the lease, and around 1792, when this image was done by Colt Hoare. So we've got 1, 2, 3 furnaces, cast houses in front. And also remarkably, they had the confidence for it to be steam blown from the outset. High on the valley side, water power wasn't really a possibility to run the blast of this works. So they had a steam blowing engine right from the beginning, which you can see here. And we don't know who designed that particular blowing engine. In 1800, so just a few years later, they brought in a second blowing engine ready to build more furnaces. So they had 5 furnaces by around 1810, and the second engine was a Boulton and Watt. Looking more closely, you can see the blowing engine house there. You can see the furnaces, and Colt Hoare has picked up a crack, an expansion crack down the middle of the right-hand furnace. You can see the cast houses, a little air furnace over here for remelting scrap, and you can see the iron pigs here. This raised walkway has always been a little bit of a mystery, so if anybody's got suggestions about that, I'd be pleased to hear about it. The best I can do is that it's about delivering coal direct from the mines over on the right to the boilers for the steam engines. So it's not delivering coal to the tops of the furnaces, but taking it to the boilers perhaps, and possibly a water supply in a pipe or trough across there as well. If I go back for a moment, actually, you see that they had mine entrances opening right into the yard of the furnace, cut away into the hillside to make the drop for the materials to be loaded at the top and drop down. And up there on the top right, you can see a little water balance for lifting coal out of a pit. And I've never really been able to understand what this wooden arrangement is around the tops of the engine house and across to the roof of the cast house there. So if anybody's got ideas on that, I'd be very pleased. And this was immediately a remarkable centre of activity. The Archdeacon Cox, who was writing about Monmouthshire in 1800, said, "At some distance the works have the appearance of a small town, surrounded with heaps of ore, coal and limestone, and enlivened with all the bustle of activity of an opulent and increasing establishment." The furnace that you can see on the right there is still there. This is the furnace on the right-hand side with the cast house. Although the frontage of the cast house has been rebuilt, you can actually associate the side elevation and the furnace with what was in Colt Hoare's drawing. And of course, the ironworks continued to develop. 2 more furnaces were added on the right-hand. That's the oldest furnace. There's another one there. This one was taken down to build the Boulton and Watt engine house. That's where the original engine was. The Boulton and Watt engine house was built here. That was eventually taken down and replaced with a a circular furnace with iron bands, and a new engine was built here by the Neath Abbey Iron Company in 1819, beam engine, and then another engine in about 1860 built here. This building had been created as a foundry, and that very wide arch, which cuts through the arches of the original frontage, is actually exactly the same width, same diameter as the flywheel pit in this engine house. So we know that they made, by deduction, that they made the flywheel on site and had to adjust the front of the building to get it out. They'd also introduced by 1860 a gas circulation system. So you see the blast pipes going from the engines across, but you also see return pipes coming from gas offtakes at the tops of the furnaces back across to feed the boilers here. This is a model that we researched at CADU for display in the ironworks to try and explain the ongoing development. So you have that gas circulation system. The 144 feet high chimney there was built in order to be able to draw the gas through. You've got 5 furnaces and a foundry in operation. You've got the new blowing engines, and you've got a water balance lift built in about 1837 to lift material that was now coming across the valley from mines on the other side of the valley at this lower level to be able to lift it up to get to the tops of the furnaces. But the ironworks was part of a landscape that served it. And the landscape was a place that further production was developed, as well as a place that was bringing in resources. Blaenavon, unlike most of the other South Wales ironworks, didn't begin by doing the manufacturing of wrought iron and rails and other products from the start. It had a small forge by about 1800, so a dozen years after it was started. And then in 1817, it built a big new forge in this extraordinary location, about 1,200 feet up on the mountain between the edge of the coalfield, on the other side of the limestone, and looking out over the Usk Valley. And that forge, here's a reconstruction drawing of it by Michael Blackmore, to give you an idea of the scale of enterprise that was built right up there on the mountain. But it lasted until 1863, when another forge was built on the other side of the valley from Blaenavon. And one of the features of the landscape that's so enjoyable to explore at Blaenavon is the remains of this site. You know, long gone from the landscape, the dozens of cottages that were there just survive as this little footprint of a square here. The water reservoir that fed the Great Water Wheel survives as a field. And then you have the bases of all the rolling mills and the puddling forges and the lines of the tramroads coming through. The last phase of the development of the ironworks was a kind of alternative development, which was that when the company managed to get another piece of land on the other side of the valley, free of the lease from the Marquess of Abergavenny, they decided on this freehold land to build a new forge. And it began as a wrought iron forge in 1836, but that was abortive due to the economic crisis of the 1840s in the iron industry and some severe difficulties in the company. Everything stopped until it was redeveloped as a forge in 1859. And then finally the construction of furnaces in 1869, and it became a steelworks with Bessemer converters in 1877. As I'm sure you'll remember, that the difficulties of making steel with phosphoric ores in Britain were considerable, and as in many other parts of the world. And one of the great steps forward there was taken by Sidney Gilchrist Thomas, a young man who was a chemist from London with strong connections with Blaenavon, And he and his cousin came and did experiments in the Blaenavon Steelworks and on the site of the ironworks itself, we believe, where this obelisk has recently been moved to, just inside the ironworks boundary. Oh, that should say 1878, not 1978, where the Thomas process was developed and enabled the steel industry to continue with this, these linings in the furnaces that absorb the phosphorus out of the ore. And it made a huge difference to the iron industry and steel industry of the United States, amongst others. As a result of that development of the steelworks on the other side of the valley at Forgeside, the old site actually was preserved better than many other ironworks in South Wales, because it became, first of all, just a place that carried on making some pig iron, and then later on it became a maintenance yard effectively. And so it was preserved as a maintenance yard which could serve the rest of the steelworks, but it wasn't the subject of massive redevelopment and further redevelopment, so we have a level of preservation at the ironworks at Blaenavon which is outstanding. And you can see at the time that this photograph was taken that it's already working as a maintenance yard. There's a little group of people just outside this little foundry building here, but you can see already it's becoming ruinous. The front of that casting house gable has fallen down. The top of the balance lift is beginning to decay. So where did the resources come from that the iron industry was consuming? Mining, let's talk about that first of all. And initially, the principal source of iron ore and coal too was in relatively superficial workings on the mountain above the ironworks. And a lot of the iron production was done by scouring. And you see here that we still have at Blaenavon remains of these scouring features, which are picked out quite well in the snow in this image. Places where little banks have been built to dam up water from watercourses that were managed around the contours of the mountain to bring water ponded up to release it with a sudden flow that would take away topsoil and reveal the coal and iron ore seams, and also wash away some of the lighter shales so that the iron nodules could be found in the ore and picked out. Of course, hugely labor-intensive work. Patching, as it was known, or scouring, was operated in this way, alongside levels that were driven in below these surface workings. And you can see those surface workings still at Blaenavon. The ironworks and the town are down here, and you can see these sort of deep gouges in the tops of the hill here, there and there, where scouring has taken place for decades. Then, of course, you get a greater development of the deeper mining, the pits being sunk down, and then you get this extraordinary and rather beautiful pattern of crow's foot tips that radiate out from the adit or the shaft. And then you get Steph's big pit, which, as he says, was started as part of that Forgeside Steelworks development that was abortive and then really got going in about 1880. Quarrying for limestone, absolutely essential to provide the flux for the smelting operation. And the iron company partners had several limestone quarries on the northern side of their land take, such as this one at Puff D. Can you just see a little feature of stone here? That is another view of the same quarry, and that feature of stone would be there. And this is it. It's another water balance lift, and the shaft still surviving. Built in stone on the top. dug through solid limestone at the bottom with a tunnel entrance so that the limestone that was quarried here could be brought along the floor of the quarry, lifted up through the water balance lift and taken off on the tramroads that went around the hill. And you can see the pond here to keep the water for the water balance. And of course, there were lots of other ancillary tasks that were required in order to make the whole operation work. There were at least 2 brickworks run by the Blaenavon Iron Company. There's one right here. Those are the furnaces over there, and this is the brickworks. And there were engineering workshops, rather like the ones that Steph described at Llanberis for the slate industry. This long building here was workshops to make all of the equipment that was constantly needed in the mines and the ironworks. Water was really important, of course, both to ensure the steam engine was supplied and to control water in the mining areas to make sure it wasn't getting down into the workings, and to get the water together for the scouring operations. And there's an extraordinary survival of relict features in the landscape at Blaenavon. I remember going up there with Professor Louis Bergeron, the World Heritage Assessor, and he was a bit sort of dumbfounded by this sort of strange landscape that was so different from what he was used to in France. But he was astonished to suddenly realize that right in front of him were features that were probably 200 years old, still surviving as earthworks. And here you see 2 watercourses that you can see running through the heather, the bilberry plants. And the green arrow is a limestone tip where limestone was brought from the quarries by tramroad and dumped on the hillside, ready for collection and taking off down at a lower level. So rather than try and get down the slope with wagons, they tipped it there as a stockpile, only a couple of 100 yards from the heads of the furnaces. And that again is a limestone tip that probably survives as a feature with different vegetation on it because of the limestone rich soil, which probably survives from last use in about 1810. And water was also being controlled by the provision of regular ponds around the landscape that could store up water and use it as and when required. This is Keeper's Pond, which is very near the summit of the Bloringe, with a view across to the Sugarloaf behind Abergavenny. Transport was crucial. You can't read this map terribly well at this scale, but sufficient to know for now, before I zoom in, that Newport is down here. The Blaenavon Company had its own wharf on the River Usk at Newport, where shipments could be taken out, and it shipped down on the Blaenavon Railroad, which went all the way up the valley to Blaenavon, as well as later going across the mountain. Here's a detail of that map, which shows Blaenavon here, an enormous number of these horse-worked tramroads going up to the workings and bringing coal, iron ore down. One tramroad went up through a tunnel that was opened to get to the limestone quarries more efficiently, and that was then also used as an export route, because the tolls on the Brecon-Abergavenny Canal, which was over here, that's the Brecon-Abergavenny Canal, were, when it was completed in 1815, cheaper than the tolls on the Monmouthshire Canal, which came up this valley. So it made sense to take the iron out past Garnderris Ironworks, where it could be turned into wrought iron and rails, and then down a series of inclines to the canal on that side of the mountain. The entrances to the tunnel are still there. It was opened in around 1815. It was 2.4 kilometres long, the longest tunnel that had then been built on a railway, and I think probably the longest ever used as a through tunnel on a horse-drawn tramroad. The canals were built up the main valleys by the 1790s. horse tramroads connected them, and then the standard gauge came from 1841 onwards in South Wales. The Blaenavon tramroads were gradually converted from 1850 onto standard gauge. But here are the routes of the earlier horse tramroads, following the contours around this extraordinary vertiginous slope on the north side of Blaenavon where the limestone quarries are. And this is the tramroad that came out of the tunnel and went round the mountain to Garnderys Forge just beyond the picture, and then down the inclines to the canal at Llanfoist. Settlement, of course, was vital at the beginning and an outcome of the success of the works later on. This is the first housing that was provided by the iron company for its staff. These were the key workers who were being brought down from the Midlands, and the court of houses, known as Stack Square, now, after the 144-foot chimney that was built much later, the base of which you can just see here, was originally 2 rows of very high quality 4-room houses that were much larger than the average provided for workers, but because they needed to attract these key workers to come to South Wales. And then the middle range across between the two was a manager's house initially, an accounting house, and a truck shop, a shop where the company, as there was no other settlement at the time, provided the food, groceries, and ale that the workers were going to need. There was quite a shortage of housing for a long time because people were coming in at a rapid rate to find work in the new industries. And one of the things that we know happened was that the 10-arch railway viaduct, which was built for the horse-drawn tramroad to go into a mine in the 1780s, was roofed over and bricked up in the arches to make a series of 2-story houses underneath the arches for workers. And this is it in 1798 or thereabouts, already looking a bit derelict, actually. And we know from, I don't know if anybody saw the Time Team program that was done, but we tried very hard to discover this feature again, having worked out where it was. Time Team dug the biggest hole that they ever dug, and we think that probably we did get into the deck of the tramroad here, which had been roofed over with a tunnel, turned into a cut and cover tunnel, because the whole valley had filled up with spoil from the ironworks. It's probably still down there somewhere. But the settlement of Blaenavon was absolutely determined by what the ironmasters needed, where they needed their workers. So the houses were placed quite sporadically as and where they were needed. You see a series of houses very close to the furnaces, Stack Square and another couple of rows here, and then another pair of rows down the road, Shepherd Square as it was known, and a row of houses coming up. A lot of these were 4-story buildings with a 2-story house below and another 2-story house accessed from the other side above, uphill. And the railway that they built down the valley to join the Monmouthshire Canal became a kind of focal point for some further development. So down that road, you've got the Great House, which was the house built for the ironmasters after they'd moved out of the middle row of Stack Square to make the whole of that into a truck shop in about 1800. And then a church that was built by the ironmasters not long afterwards. So here we've got Great House, 1798 to 1800 constructed. The part of it that's the oldest is actually this part here, much extended at different times afterwards. Became a nursing home and sadly closed as a nursing home about 15 years ago, and it's now in a very desperate state, despite great progress that's been made in Blaenavon, which I'll show you more of in a little while, this is one of the great challenges, what to do with Great House. St. Peter's Church, built around 1804 by the ironmasters for their workers, an Anglican church, cast iron windows, cast iron graves in several places outside, a cast iron font. And St. Peter's School, one of the early examples of a works school being provided, endowed by Sarah Hopkins in memory of her brother, who had been the manager of the works and died quite young in 1815, and she paid for the construction of this school. They'd both been involved in providing school rooms in different places around the houses of the works previously, but she now built a substantial school with a master's house at this end and big school room divided into an area for boys and an area for girls. A new truck shop was built so that the middle row of Stack Square was converted into actually much smaller houses than the previous houses that had been there. And a new truck shop, very large size, was built just across the road. And the town began to develop. I've mentioned these buildings that came down the tram road here. So here's the ironworks site. You can see the balance lift, the furnaces, Stack Square. There were houses down here. This is the tram road going out down towards the Monmouthshire Canal. The Great House was built here. St. Peter's Church there, and the school there. So it was sort of beginning to create a kind of focus of settlement between the works and the route out. But the town then developed in land over here. And so I can't point with this, but the ironworks is up the top there, and the town developed on a piece of land that the iron company didn't own. This was all to do with the enormous growth in population, of course, that the population had grown from virtually nil in the heads of the valleys to 150,000 by 1841. After those initial groups of houses that were built by the ironmasters for their workers, it became more typical that housing was provided by speculative building and building clubs and so on. And so at Blaenavon you get a town that was formed essentially on land that was available, that wasn't being used for the ironworks and wasn't owned by the iron company. And you see the main street goes up here, other streets of housing around it, but a shopping street running up the hill there, some way from the ironworks. It focused initially around chapels. There were chapels built, this one in 1820 and then rebuilt 1840, and the street went across the front of the chapel that had been set up, running up the hill on top of a culverted stream, actually, that had been used for baptism previously. So you get these shops being developed from about 1840, and dozens of shops, and many pubs, and lots of chapels. And then, as a sort of last stage of development, you get the splendid Workman's Hall and Institute, built by subscription from the workers of the Blaenavon Iron Company, completed in 1895. Enormous scale. It's got the community museum in it now and is still used as an arts venue. But the theatre there, in its heyday, had seating for 1,500 people. It was a huge library that had about 40 daily newspapers. It's an extraordinary achievement and provision of education for the people of the community. Professor Dye Smith has referred to these institutes, which were built by subscription all across the South Wales coalfield, as the brains of the coalfield. So they were the places where people like Carnarvon Bevan famously, found their way forward in life. So that was what made the landscape. And I'll just finish by saying a little bit about the making of it as a World Heritage landscape, how it not only developed as a historic entity, but how the process of taking that forward into the recognition of it internationally as a cultural landscape of outstanding value was developed. We wrote the World Heritage nomination in 1998 and the management plan in 1998, and it was made a World Heritage Site in 2000. There was a lot of support from the local authority for this. Torvine Council, where Blaenavon sat, was very keen to push it forward. They saw opportunities and they saw a potential future for the town. And it was a town, like so many in the heads of the valleys, that was in severe trouble. If you look at this population graph, it tells you an awful lot. You know, the peak was in 1921. The population by 2000 was about half of what it had been at its peak. And you know, you can imagine what that does to an economy in terms of the failure of businesses, the difficulties that schools have, the fact that you can't sell your house because everybody's moving out. It was a you know, a period of really gross decline and social deprivation, as well as economic difficulties and lack of work. People simply moved away. You know, that many people moved away to work elsewhere. There was emigration. There was movement into the M4 corridor and so on. And the result was a very dilapidated townscape in particular. So you look at the shops. Richard Keane, who I'm sure many of you may know, who was once Keeper of Industry at the National Museum, Assistant Keeper of Industry at the National Museum, told me that he walked up this street counting the closed shops, and there were 30 boarded up shops in the main street, in a street which probably had 60 shops. And some of the key buildings were in a very, very sad state. So St. Peter's Works School, beautiful building, was collapsing, really. And the World Heritage Site that was composed as an idea ended up being this very large, continuous landscape, 5 kilometres wide, 8 kilometres from north to south. And I'll explain how those boundaries were decided in a moment. The focus of it was the Industrial Revolution and the process of industrialisation. So we wanted to present those things that could be seen in the landscape at Blaenavon that were characteristic of the first Industrial Revolution. The shift to mineral resources, the growth of regional specialisation, the advances that were made in trade and transport, the application of new technologies like the steam engine and coke furnacing, the intense capitalization that was required to invest in these businesses and make them work, growth in output, outstanding, of course, and growth in population, and the creation of a working class. So all of these features, they're absolutely critical to the Industrial Revolution. We said, well, we can actually find those represented physically in the cultural landscape of Blaenavon. And the thinking behind how we would draw boundaries around this was driven very much by the idea of Blaenavon as a microcosm of the Industrial Revolution. And the microcosm was based on the holdings of one of these great companies that came in and took a large landholding and set about growing their works. So the pink areas are the land that they leased from the Marquess of Abergavenny when they began the works, and then a second lease that came a little bit later in the hashed area here, and then 2 little spots of land up the top, which were only small leases, but really important because they were the wharfs that were built on the Brecon and Abergavenny Canal. So bringing all that together, into a landscape made a lot of sense. You'll see that the pink goes across this line here and fades off into the distance. That's reflecting the fact that the lease that the partners originally took actually was even bigger than this and came over into the valley here. But what they decided to do in the end was sublet that to what became the Nantiglow Ironworks, separate company. So we concentrated on from the top of the mountain ridge, Cointy Mountain here, back towards Blaenabon. And the criteria for cultural landscapes that UNESCO had developed fitted really well with what we were trying to say about Blaenabon. It's a combined work of nature and man. It showed exceptional evidence of the evolution of human society and settlement. It was an organically evolved landscape which resulted from an initial social and economic imperative. And it was a relict fossil landscape, as well as a continuing landscape where people lived and worked. The theme was iron and coal in the Industrial Revolution, and the description was of an area of land with surviving or relict features that together give outstanding testimony to, and we said, you know, you have to pick your criteria from the World Heritage criteria of outstandingness. And we picked an interchange of human values, a cultural tradition, a significant stage in human history, and a traditional land use. And they crossed out 2 of those and gave us this. Obviously, we weren't going to argue because we got our inscription in 2000. There were some decisions that actually were quite difficult to negotiate, particularly with Torvine Council. Torvine Council had been strong in their mindset was the idea of reclamation as well as conservation. And so we had long talk about the open casts that were started in the 1940s and never restored, which were across the top of the mountain outcrops. At the edges, you can see all sorts of remains of scouring, bell pits, adits, and then this sort of great swathe of open cast that was started during the Second World War as part of the effort to produce coal quickly when it was needed to bring steamships back into service during the Second World War. Walters Mining at this point, an open cast mining company, owned all of this, and they were keen to get planning permission for taking the top off the mountain and exploiting it. And obviously there are all sorts of environmental reasons why council was not necessarily keen on that, but they also thought, well, here's our chance to get this reclaimed. And we had to go through quite a process of persuading the council that this itself was industrial archaeology and was part of the continuing story of mining in the area. And one of the things that was rather helpful was to find that Graham Sutherland, as an official war artist during the Second World War, had painted these open casts with these great big digging machines. What are they called? Yes, all of those work. Pardon? Steam navs, yeah, all of those work, but it wasn't the word I was looking for. Which had been brought by the Canadian Army. The Canadian Army was responsible for opening the open cast because they'd got the experience of running open casts in Canada, which at that point was really unknown in the UK. So this great sort of expansion of output was achieved with Canadian expertise, and locally, the tips there are still known as the Canada tips. So obviously, when you're making a World Heritage nomination, you need to be able to demonstrate existing conservation, but it also becomes an opportunity for new conservation. And I'll show you some before and after photographs that show some of the work that's been achieved. Some of it was done as part of the argument for World Heritage Site, and some of it was done as a result of achieving World Heritage Site status and being able to bring in more resources. So here's the ironworks site. It was taken over by CADU in the mid-1970s. It had been slated for land reclamation. Richard Keane, then of the National Museum, was one of the people who tried to put the argument for it to be taken into state care, which it eventually was. And Richard told me that he had an argument with a land reclamation manager up there who said, no, it's all going to go. And Richard said, we should be preserving it, it should be kept. And this chap said to Richard, you're taking bread out of the mouths of my children. Because the money was in reclamation, not in conservation. And that, of course, has changed. It's rumoured, and I've never found evidence of it, but I should try harder, that when reclamation was just about to start, a stop was put on it by Richard Burton, who was trying to produce a film of The Rape of the Fair Country, the novels by Alexander Cordell, which were set in Blaenavon, and he argued for the site to be left so that he could use it as a film set. And that gave just enough time for the conservationists to get in and put their case. But you'll see that in the time between these two aerial photographs, the cast houses have been repaired and re-roofed. Stack Square has been repaired and re-roofed. The balance lift has been repaired where it had collapsed at the top, and work's been done to the furnaces on the far right as well. So an awful lot of progress. That's the least of it, in fact. And you see this kind of development from the ironworks in the 1980s here through to its more recent appearance. Stack Square was in a pretty awful condition. Another possibly apocryphal story, but I don't think so, was that somebody at CADU decided that, or Ministry of Works still then at the time when they took it over, said, we're going to have the slates stolen from these roofs, we'd better take them off. And of course, the slates were much more conveniently stolen once they'd been taken off. And the result, I'm afraid, was that over the next sort of 20 years, the frost damage 1,000 feet up where Blaenavon is, in the heads of these walls, was far more damaging than if they'd had a few slates missing. But some years later, conservation went ahead. Iron windows were retained. These interesting double doors that open outwards to keep. There's an inner door and an outer door. It's an unusual design, which apparently came from Staffordshire in the original style. Graded slate roof, and several cottages, again, as on the museum model, displayed in different periods, so you can get the idea of change from those first key workers who came to these rather handsome houses as they were in 1788, through to later development. Furnaces have been consolidated, and we built the model that you've already seen, which includes buttons to press so you can see the furnace alight and this cutaway end. So the interpretation has developed quite a lot. Big Pit, there's a lot of conservation work being done there. When the World Heritage nomination was being written, there were substantial difficulties for Big Pit as a trust that was run by Torvine Council and independent members. It was struggling. It had good visitor numbers, but the costs of running it were considerable. So I think at its peak, it had about 120,000 visitors during the Ebervale Garden Festival, but it was in difficulties. And the National Museum became involved in the discussions about World Heritage nomination, and they said, if it gets World Heritage Site status, we will take it on as a museum. So it did get World Heritage status. The National Museum did take it on. You can still do the underground tours. very big lottery funding came in. In fact, I think 8.3 million euros. Sorry, I did this slide for a European audience. And it became Gulbenkian Museum of the Year in 2005. The building on the right is the new collections centre that was built. So, you know, fantastic for all of the National Museum's coal collections to be brought together. Peter Walker, who was the director of the museum before it became a World Heritage Site, before it became National Museum and afterwards, said that his ambition in spending the money was, aside from the new buildings, for nobody to be able to see where it had been spent. He wanted it to be as unchanged as possible, but safe for the future. And one of the buildings that was in a pretty dire state was the 1920s Pithead Baths, one of the hundreds that were built by the Miners' Welfare Committee architects, based on modernist principles from the Dutch modernist architects, with this system of a plenum tower where air was heated and then pumped round into lockers where people's clothes were dried in lockers overnight. And that building has been thoroughly refurbished and now is a big exhibition space, isn't it? Very important exhibition space for the museum. And of course, you can still do the underground tours, which are an absolutely crucial part of the experience for visitors. Interpretation of the whole World Heritage Site has been improved as well. And the Blaenavon Ironworks and World Heritage Site Guidebook was the book what I wrote. And that's sort of added to by some very good reconstruction drawings, explanatory reconstruction drawings such as this one of the working of the balance lift. All around Blaenavon there are signage. There is signage to help you find the key things. There's also little bits of reconstruction like these wagons at the bottom of the tramroad incline that brought Hills Tramroad down to the wharf at Llanfoist with a panel explaining it. And several of the other key features around the site have been repaired and restored. Aaron Brute's Iron Tramroad Bridge of around 1815, which was about to collapse into the river because can you see the collapse of this abutment here, has been repaired at considerable cost, but it's a public footpath, it's an amenity as well as a piece of important historic conservation. St. Peter's School has become the World Heritage Centre, so that's how it was until just a few years ago, and now you can go in and explore the history of Blaenavon and also the whole concept of World Heritage globally. And the town has been greatly enhanced as a result of grant money that came in, not just for housing grants or demolitions or the kinds of things that would be happening in many other valleys towns, but based on conservation and good quality design to bring back the character of these shops. And a lot of key buildings have been brought into new use with some grant aid, but new business is coming in as well. So this pub has been resurrected and beautifully restored. And I think this has resulted in a generational shift in people's attitudes to Blaenavon. I love this picture of the two youngsters with the town of lost hopes on the wall behind them, and now looking at a town with hope. So the result of an appreciation of the making of the industrial landscape of Blaenavon has resulted in the remaking, if you like, of an industrial landscape as a World Heritage landscape. And I think it's changed perceptions not just of this quite attractive little town in the hills that Blaenavon is now, but it's changed perceptions of that landscape region, of that string of heads of the valleys towns. They've got a long way to go. They've still got a lot of social problems and a lot of difficulties in terms of employment and opportunity. But at least the perceptions have changed. And I think two of those key things are that there isn't a perception that these tips up on the top of the mountain are dereliction. You know, they are now seen as history and something that's important. And a result of that, I think, is that there's a transformation from shame amongst local people about the kinds of places they live to one of pride. And if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'll just tell you a story of being in Blaenavon on the day that the World Heritage inscription came through, the news came through from Cairns in Australia, where UNESCO was having its meeting. And I was in the Miners Institute here with a group of people waiting for the news to come through. And finally, the bells were rung in the church to tell everybody that it was a yes. And I went up to the pub to get a sandwich up on the hill, and I talked to the barmaid who I'd met there many times. And I said, "What do you think of this?" Because the news had got to her. And she said, "Well, I was talking to my brother. And he said he spent his whole life saying that he's from just up the hill from Pontypool or over the mountain from Abergavenny." And he says, "I'm not going to say that anymore. I'm going to tell people I'm from Blaenavon." Thank you.
That was incredible and very emotive. Thank you very much indeed. We have got time for perhaps one question, but we are going straight into coffee after that. So again, please feel free to grab Peter.
Thank you, Peter. That takes me back. In the very hot summer of 76, Dick Keane and Michael Lewis from Hull at the time led a group of people, including myself, and mainly people from London, to record that site. The works were totally derelict.
Yeah.
And I don't even think they were gated off from the street. You could wonder, I personally was working on the water balance lift. No safety guides or anything like that, all lead. Other people were doing the tramways with metal detectors. There were probably about 24 of us. All the pictures I took then in 1976, I deposited at the site about 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh.
I don't know where they went. The guy in the gatehouse seemed quite surprised that anybody wanted to give them the records that we took then. I've probably still got the black and white negatives and some colour slide, but it was a totally derelict. But one of the best weeks I've ever done. Yes. 2 weeks, I think it was.
And and some work I think was done by Michael Lewis at Gantharis Forge as well.
Yes. We had a couple of.
Yeah.
We were mainly people from London. The other person who I can remember on the party was John Powell, who later ended up at the Librarian at Iron Bridge.
Well, when I was writing the guidebook, I tried to find out from Michael Lewis or Dick Keane where any of that archive was, and nobody was able to tell me. Well, so who did you give your pictures to?
The Gatehouse.
At the Ironworks?
Yeah, the Ironworks, who seemed very surprised that anyone... I've got one other...
I'll ring them up.
I've got one other thought that we've been up there quite a few times, and we were up there about 95, I remember, and some girls surrounded our car and said, "You must be from London." Well, I'm from Yorkshire, really, but I said, and they said, "Can you take us out of here, please?"
Fantastic. If we can all give Peter one last round of applause. Thank you, and it's time for coffee now. Please do return here sharp for 12 o'clock for the AGM if you would like to come, which hopefully you will. See you in half an hour. Item 2, matters arising. Any matters arising that we need to... No? Lovely. Item 3, general report of the Council of Management. This is included again in your paperwork. We are voting to accept the general report. By show of hands, can I get a proposer and a seconder, please? Keith Faulkner and Jeff Wallace.
Thank you. Treasurer's report.
Treasurer's report. Resolution number 3 is to adopt the Treasurer's report for 2023.
I don't think we did the votes.
No, we didn't do a vote. We just had proposers and seconders. General report. We had a proposer and a seconder, but we didn't ask whether they...
Oh, so we need to have a show of hands for everybody?
Yep.
So we need to go back to number 1.
Yep.
So go back to resolution number 1.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Sorry, guys. Resolution number 1. We're voting to approve the minutes of 2023 AGM.
Okay, thank you.
Lovely. Next one. Show of hands voting to accept the general report of the Council of Management for 2023.
People in the Zoom world did that already.
Oh, Brill. Thanks, Bill. Sorry. Moving on to the Treasurer's report. Do we get a proposer and a seconder for the Treasurer's report yet?
Yeah. Let him do it.
No, lovely. Let's go.
Thank you.
Come here. That was a different bill. How do I get the slideshow?
The other one at the bottom.
At the bottom. Right, thank you, Bill. It's at the top on mine. Right. Our unrestricted funds have shown pretty good income this year as a result of a great increase in interest rates, which many of you will be aware of. As a result... Sorry?
Stand
We
a
can't
little
hear you,
closer.
Bill.
Oh, I've switched on. Try this one. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Let's throw this away. So we've earned an awful lot of bank interest this year, £16,000. That's a result of receiving money sooner than normal for our restoration grant programme. You know that we award restoration grants, and it takes 2 or 3 years very often for the projects to be carried out and for the money to be paid out. So we have quite a lot of money in hand for that. Interest rates have gone up a lot, and we've been more careful about investing money. We have tended to keep a fairly big current account balance. We've put much more on deposit and earned £16,000 interest as a result. So our income's gone up. Our costs have been nicely controlled, gone up a little bit. The high quality publications which you all receive, AIA News, AIA Review, cost us £5,500 after deducting royalties and a contribution from Taylor and Francis towards editorial expenses. Our administration has gone up a little bit. We run a pretty tight operation. I'll show you some details in a minute of our admin costs. So we've achieved a pretty big surplus for the year. Oh, our conference, by the way, made a small profit. The Bath conference, very successful conference. This is the cost of admin, and you can see travel expenses have gone right down this year as a result of having council meetings on Zoom, partly, and also some people do not claim their expenses very generously. Big figure at the bottom, miscellaneous. Some of that is Zoom fees, which is the other side of the travel expense saving. And not the website, there are other costs, mainly Zoom related, in there. We've put £600 in for promotion and publicity, a new heading we haven't had before. That's the grant we gave to the Festival of Archaeology at Ironbridge. So it's not really admin. And we intend to budget bigger sums for publicity and promotion as time goes on. Finally, the audit fee down at the bottom, the independent examination, creeps up. So we run a fairly tight operation, I think, expense-wise.
John?
Yes?
If you just go back to that slide a second.
Do you mind speaking to
Yeah.
the Zoom screen?
Come back. Come back. Right, there we
Okay,
are.
is it possible to take the pasting brush off so we can read what it says underneath? Something charges and something expenses. I think if you click in that box next to insurance, that might do it.
Where are you? Oh, sorry, yes. No, it's not possible because it's...
It's a
what it
screenshot.
says is bank charges.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, bank charges are creeping up because NatWest have started imposing charges on us. And it's going up some more because we have signed up for electronic banking, which means that we will, at long last, be able to send money straight to people's banks rather than writing out old-fashioned checks. So bank charges is hidden by the... Sorry about that pasting. I did, as you rightly say, create these with screenshots.
The one below it?
The one below it is award expenses. So award winners come to the conference and are wined and dined and entertained. That cost goes against award expenses rather than against the conference costs. And we make some plaques for some awards, and again, that's a cost which goes under that heading there. So sorry about the presentation. I will try harder next year. Now, under charities legislation, we have to hold money in restricted funds if they've been given to us for a specific purpose. So the Peter Neveson legacy is intended for allowing young people to come to conference or to travel. We give awards for that. £1,500 last year. The Restoration Grants Fund is the big one. We receive about £130,000 a year and claim gift aid on top of that. So we have a steady income. In this year, the income is £325,000 because we got two dollops of money. One came in early in January, and the other one came in at the end of December. So it's really, that 325 is 2 years' worth of income. And the awards fund is a small thing which we ought to use up and get rid of, rather than charging award expenses. And finally, the balance sheet, lots and lots of cash, as I have explained. The main reason for that is this delay in paying out the money for restoration grants. So we've got cash at bank, 758,000, but we've got creditors of 419,000. Now that 419,000 is almost entirely grants promised but not yet paid out. So although we have no legal liability when we offer a grant, accounting standards require that we treat that as a liability because we have raised the expectation in the minds of the people that they're going to get the money. And so £407,000 net assets. Most of that is in the restricted funds I've just talked about, 298,000, but we have got unrestricted reserves of 94,000, which is a substantial sum. Some of that is a designated fund. We've set aside £15,000 from another legacy we received. So our real unrestricted reserves are 79. Any questions? Well, I'd like to request that you approve the financial report. Yes, John?
Are you happy to be proposer? We need a no, go for it. Right, so we've got a proposer and now we need a seconder, please.
Oh.
Lovely.
Good, thank you.
John Copping and Richard Vernon. And we won't forget this time, by show of hands, if everybody could vote to adopt that. Lovely, thank you very much.
Good, thank you.
Thank John for all his hard work.
Yes, let's do.
Thank you. It's been a labour of love.
The next item is the Chair's report. That doesn't need to be voted on, it's just to note. And then
You need to give it.
I need to give it.
Yes,
What now?
yes, because it doesn't, we didn't know it in advance. Here it is, this is Chair's report,
Oh, thank you.
written by somebody called the Chair.
I did write it, I just, I didn't realise I had to read it out right now. So here we go. It has been 1 year since my election to the post of chair, and though many recent changes have presented challenges, I'm now pleased to report on our 2023 activities. Firstly, a huge thanks to our dedicated membership, which is all of you guys, and a warm welcome to those who have joined us recently as well. The support you provide helps us to continue the brilliant work of the AIA so that we may go on to enjoy and promote enjoyment of our industrial heritage for many years to come. Sorry, Pat. Secondly, I must thank every one of the council members who work tirelessly and entirely voluntarily to administer the activities I will cover below. The chair role has been made all the more enjoyable due to the support my colleagues provide, and in particular David Dehaan as secretary, whose AIA knowledge is truly unmatched. The Bath Conference, David Perrett did cover this last year in his chair's report, but I did want to mention it again. It was my first conference, and it was a good one because it was our anniversary celebration conference. It was really well attended, and I was made to feel really welcome, and it was just great. It was a humbling experience, and I got to meet a lot of people whose publications I have read, and I have again today, so that's really nice. Despite the stepping down of many long-serving members at the Bath Conference, the theme of this year is continuity. The Council has continued to meet, both online and in person, with visits to Birmingham Think Tank and Coalbrookdale. These were held as hybrid meetings to enable engagement from all members, regardless of their location. These meetings are always great. As you likely know, meeting online is handy, but meeting in person always promotes good discussion and good chats, and it's nice for us to be able to do that. The next thanks goes to Juan Sanchez, who is our international coordinator, and the fantastic East-West workshop series that he has been developing and delivering. He develops strong international links for the AIA, which at the time of writing is into its 7th season, which is an incredible achievement. These workshops are well attended and bring a diverse set of perspectives to our sector and to our organisation, and an increasing international membership to the AIA as well. We held a CPD event on the conservation of cast iron on the 27th of January, which Jeff Wallace kindly offered to deliver as an AIA accredited continued professional development workshop. He developed this content in line with university courses that he delivers on the same topic. The workshops were made available to membership at a significant discount, and as a result, we had a slew of new members, which was great, and the feedback on those workshops was excellent, and we are anticipating that we would like to deliver another one this coming January. The IA News. Dr. Mike Novell has continued to generate and edit some fantastic content for the regular IA News. And we all welcome the arrival of that on our doormats, or if you're an online member, in our inboxes. The Industrial Archaeology Review. Editors Ian West and Ian Miller have continued to curate outstanding submissions for the IAR. Reports from Taylor and Francis are heartening in that we're doing very well in this sector compared with similar organisations. I haven't written this in the report, but if anyone does want to submit to either the News or the IAR, please have a chat with us today, because we welcome submissions for both. E-News. Ian West, in his comms role, has also continued to work tirelessly in producing a regular e-news for us all. So many thanks to Ian and to the wider communications team, some of which aren't on council. Tegwin Davies has a hand in putting that together for us all, which is... And Chris Barney, yes. Planning casework. Amber Patrick continues to respond to casework, advocating for industrial archaeology on behalf of the AIA. This work is essential in giving our heritage a voice, and if you are interested in supporting Amber in any way, I urge you to get in touch with her. She is here today. I've just caught her on the coffee break. It could have a really big impact, and any support that you could offer is really welcome. Bill Barksfield continues in his role of webmaster, amongst many, many other things, providing support for all things IT. Finances. John Jones has continued his role in monitoring and administering our finances in his continued role as Treasurer, as we have just seen, and many thanks to him for reports and papers. Our affiliated societies relationships are better than ever, thanks to Richard Vernon, who has undertaken a valuable piece of work for us throughout 2023 to consolidate the AIA affiliate societies lists. This work has enabled us to build strong links with other organisations and strengthen our reach and impact. If you are a member of another group or society that you think would benefit from an affiliate AIA membership, please let Richard know. He's there. The YMB, which is the Young Members Board, sorry, with some changes to the Young Members Board due to work and family commitments and the welcoming of a handful of Young Members Board babies in the past year, we are very lucky to have Otis Gilbert of Historic England taking up the role of YMB Chair. He also represents the AIA on Tiki board, which is fantastic, and helps us to maintain strong links with other industrial organisations. Restoration grants. As detailed in the grants report, the AIA has continued to administer funds to worthy projects. A huge, massive thank you to David DeHaan and the rest of the grants panel for the extensive amount of work that goes into reviewing these submissions. And many thanks to the AIA members administering a variety of awards that we offer as well. Please do remember to share the nomination forms for our variety of awards, which we'll hear more about this afternoon as well. But please do share those nomination forms with your networks and your colleagues, because it's great to hear about all of the work that's going on across the UK and more widely. Lastly, I'm pleased to report that towards the end of 2023, we developed a new membership category called Online Only, which offers members all of the perks and benefits of full membership, but with the content being made available digitally rather than through the letterbox. And this new membership category has been a huge hit and has already resulted in a surge of new members.
You got the last sentence.
Oh, I did. I very much look forward to serving the AIA membership for another year if you'll have me, and if you are interested in any position on council in the coming year, then please come in and grab me at some point over the next day or two. Thank you very much.
Next item, election of chair.
Yes.
Election of chair, it's not really fair that she manages that. There has been a nomination from council, somebody called Zoe Arthurs. We would quite like to have another go at it, another year. If you like to, I'd like to have a proposer and a seconder. Pat, DH, who was the seconder? Sorry, I missed one. Jeff Wallace, thank you. And show of hands, please. There you go, kid. It's all yours.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Right, we'll move on to the election of officers, which is
We've got those there.
Item number 7. Brilliant, thank you. Pen Foreman has been nominated as Vice Chair, which I'm very pleased about, that there will be a second in command. Could we have a proposer and a seconder for Pen Foreman as Vice Chair? Mike Novell and John Jones. Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay.
And then if everyone, by show of hands, could show their support for that election. Brilliant, thank you very much. The second post is for Treasurer, John Jones, who is willing to stand for another year. If we could get a proposer and a seconder for that. We've got lots of waving hands.
Yep.
Lovely.
That clarified because it says does not want to be elected on the agenda.
No, that says honorary secretary, not honorary treasurer. Treasurer, stupidly, didn't mind.
So the heading is wrong on the treasurer.
There's somebody's put in a carriage return.
Yes.
It should have been part of the previous line.
Yeah, okay.
I blame the typographers.
Okay.
I finalised it today.
He messed it up. It was going so well at the time.
So have we had a show of hands for John as Treasurer?
We have.
Lovely. The next post is the role of Secretary. As our Honorary Secretary does not wish to be re-elected, sadly, we are seeking nominations for this post, and we have kindly, we have been given a kind offer to stand in this post by Ian West.
This is somebody in the audience.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to nominate themselves for the post of Secretary?
Sorry.
I feel honoured.
My paper's back. Not that bit. No, the notes bit.
That bit.
Yay.
Sorry. Yep.
Yep.
And so, are we electing Ian into post today? Lovely. If we could have a proposer and a seconder for Ian West as Secretary. John Copping and, sorry, I can't catch your badge. Ian Mitchell, lovely, thank you.
Who was the other one?
Ian Mitchell.
No, I got John. Who's the other one?
Oh, John Copping.
John Copping. Thank you.
Lovely. And let me show of hands for election of those officers. Thank you very much. We also have some spaces on the board, and so we're welcoming the election of members to the Council of Management today. If anyone online, or if anyone, I'm putting over to Bill, anyone online or anyone in the room would like to nominate themselves to sit on council and support our activities for the following year, would you let me know? No? That's that's great news. Can I take your name, please? Alison Montgomery. Oh, brilliant. Lovely. Thank you very much. Alison Montgomery.
Excellent.
Very, very, very excellent. Am I allowed to propose or am I not allowed?
Yeah, you can.
I am your proposer, Alison, and you as well. For election to council? Amazing. Thank you very much.
Who was that one?
Jean, you.
You have to spell it.
Yeah. Can I get a proposer and a seconder for our first officer? If you can pop your hand up again, Alison. Fantastic. Can I take your name, sorry? We've got a proposer. Can I take your name as proposer, sorry? Yeah, did you raise your hand for proposer?
Yes. Terry Evans.
Terry Evans, brilliant, thank you. Sorry if I don't know your name straight off the top of my head. And a seconder? Stephen Miles.
Steve Miles.
And a show of hands for the election of Alison into post. Lovely, thank you very much.
And the second one?
And the second one, can I get a proposer for Jean-You, please? Lovely. Can I take your name, please? Stephen Rosen for proposer. Can I take you as seconder, Mike? I saw your hand up there. Lovely. Thank you. And a show of hands again, please. Amazing. Thank you very much. That's fantastic news. And does John want to take election of independent examiners, or are you happy for me to take it?
You can take that.
Okay. Resolution number 7. The council recommends that Scrutton Bland, Chartered Accountants of Fitzroy House in Ipswich, be appointed as independent examiners for the ensuing year, and that their remuneration be fixed in a sum to be approved by the council. To approve the appointment of Scrutton Bland as independent examiners, can I have a proposer, please? Lovely, David Perrott, and a seconder? Richard Vernon, and a show of hands, please. Lovely. Thank you very much. Number 10 says other reports. Do we have other reports to
no other
cover?
No.
Nope. And item 11 is any other business.
I have one.
You have one item. Let's go for your item first, and then we have another item from Keith Falconer, our president. So we'll go for you first.
We have had restoration grants since 2009, thanks to anonymous donations from 2 people, amounting since then to £1.5 million. 3 years ago, another anonymous donor stepped into the ring, and at that stage gave us £20,000 each year for 3 years, and suddenly the money stopped. I was notified for the reason it was due to a death, and that in fact a legacy had been promised, and the will has finally been sorted through, and probate sorted, and all the other rigmaroles, and the will split this person's legacy into 3 equal parts, 2 to members of his family, and the other, a third equal share, to an organisation known as the Association for Industrial Archaeology, for restoration and conservation work. And the notice came through this week, and it's £375,000, which I think is very good news. How that will be actually worked will be up to the Restoration Grant Panel and Council to see. But at the moment, the money has been quickly put into a deposit account where it's earning something like
£50 a day.
£50 a day. Happiness. Thank you.
Lovely. Keith, do you want to come up to...
Sorry.
Oh, hello.
Peter.
David, actually, can I ask, does that remain anonymous after
Yes.
the death of the person?
It was anonymous at the time when it was first offered, and so far there's no indication other than me. I know who it is,
Yes.
And I've not shared that name with council. It's remained anonymous, and so we will honour that.
Do you need a... Here we go, sorry.
Just to make a brief comment about the money that's come in. Yes, it's earning £50 a day, but actually the overall value is decreasing because of inflation. So don't think of it as free money. Spend it.
Comment on that. We've had informal discussions among council members. I see 3 ways of dealing with this. One is to pay it out over a period of 10 years, or whatever, 37,000 a year. The alternative is to invest the money in long-term assets, which will produce less than 5%, but be safe from inflation, and just spend the income. The third approach is a hybrid mode, where we would draw down some capital each year and spend the income, so it would go eventually, but it would last a fair bit longer. We're going to discuss that at our council meeting in a couple of weeks' time and decide what looks like the best way.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Keith now.
Good afternoon. I'm wearing my honorary president's medal for the second time ever, because this is in recognition of David DeHaan's standing down from council. I assume the whole of the membership, not just the people here, wish him very well. And I've known David for, I don't know how many, 30 years, 40 years. But when I was vice chairman of the AIA 14 years ago, David had just taken over secretaryship. And the restoration grants scheme was just starting. We had £30,000, that was our total kitty, and we started giving grants. As you've heard, we've now given away, or promised, more than £1.5 million. David has done most of that work. I mean, I coordinate the Restoration Grant Fund for the last 5 or 6, maybe 8 years now. But David and John, the treasurer, are the key people. I just sort of keep the panel informed, coordinate their votes, pass it back. So David has done a wonderful job with the restoration grants. He's also done so much, quite quietly, for the AIA. I mean, it's been running smoothly ever since he took over. In fact, when he took over, we did, I think, pay a little towards an assistant secretary for the paperwork. David managed to dispense with that because he was doing it all much more efficiently. So I'd like you, as a membership and the Zoom members and for the rest, to thank David very much.
Oh, you're already mic'd up.
Well, I'm not, it's not switched on.
Yep, it's on.
Is this on? Is it working? 1973, I think shortly after an important conference in Isle of Man, there was a meeting in London at the Imperial College to try and dragoon new members to this young organisation. And the speakers on the floor sort of trying to get us enthused. Somebody called Tom Rolts, you might have heard of. Angus Buchanan, Neil Cossens, and John Smith. Does the name ring a bell? John Smith, MP for Westminster, who anonymously had given £50,000 towards the restoration of the Iron Bridge. Just before that. John Smith was also Landmark Trust. It was a very exciting meeting. It was next door to my office, over in the Science Museum. So, of course, I signed up. So I joined the association in 1973, and my membership card said member number 23. So I've kind of stuck it out for a bit. And most of it has been incredibly enjoyable and very rewarding. Just occasionally a little frustrating. Last one, next year.
The last item for the AGM is the date and place of the 2025 AGM, which I can't tell you because we have not set that in stone yet. So you'll be notified of that via the usual channels. I apologise that that's not ready in advance.
Structure, same as this year? Back to normal?
Back to normal is most likely. I think we're going to append the week-long visits back onto the conference. But that will be something that is up for discussion at our next council meeting, which is going to be held in Colebrookdale in 2 weeks' time. So hopefully we will have something to tell you after that.
Oh. Damn.
We overran.
Overran by 5 minutes.
So sorry, everybody. Can we draw AGM to a close and allow everyone to go and enjoy their lunch? Yes? Great. Thank you, everybody.
Goodbye.
Sorry, David.
No problem.
Have you got your PowerPoint ready to go?
Yes, I think I have. Now, do you need to enable me to screen share before I can screen share?
Yes, you should be able to screen share.
Right.
Do you want to try it now?
Yes. How's that?
Yes, I can see and if you go to run the presentation.
All right, just
up on the top row, a picture of a screen. Oh, or slideshow, yeah.
Slideshow? From the beginning?
From the beginning, yes.
Yes. There we go.
There we go. That's perfect.
Good. Excellent.
Okay.
Right. When you're ready.
Okay. So we will call us to order in a moment, and
yes, that's okay.
We'll start. I'll turn my mic off now.
Right.
Hello, everybody. Oh, that was loud. Sorry. Welcome back from lunch. I was trying to project, but didn't seem that loud before. We've shifted our schedule slightly. We've pushed back the start of this presentation by 15 minutes and a few extra, but that's okay. We will still get our tea break at 3 o'clock. So without any more delay, I welcome Dr. David Gwynn and his talk on Welsh Slate World Heritage Site. I was lucky enough to take a tour with David at the World Heritage UK Spring Industrial Conference in Bangor recently, which was really, really great. So yeah, let's hear from David.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Yes. Good, good. That's an excellent start. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you today. Secondly, apologies for the fact that I'm not there in person. It was my intention to come down, but family sickness, fortunately, now much improved, has got in the way, but hospital visits would have made it impossible for me to quit my northern domicile to come all the way to South Wales. There's an awful lot of mountains in between, and the only way really you can get from where I live to Cardiff is by coming through England. Yes, I'd like to share with you some of the experiences that I've had in our putting together and ultimately gaining World Heritage status for the slate landscape of Northwest Wales. Many of you will be, at least in broad outline, familiar with the slate landscape. Notice that for the purposes of the bid, we described it as just one landscape, the slate landscape of Northwest Wales. But in fact, I hope you can all see that. It is 6 separate areas, and they are from north to south, the Penrhyn Slate Quarry, the Ogwen Valley, the Dinorwic Slate Quarry, the Nantlle Slate Quarrying area. Number 4 is the Cwmstranllyn Cwmpennant quarries, Gorseddan, Prince of Wales, the railway system, and the big slate mill at Tymawr Ynys Pandy. I'll be showing you in just a moment. Moving to the south and to the east, the quarries and mines of Blaen y Ffestiniog, the Ffestiniog Railway, the harbours along the Dwyrid, the harbour at Porthmadog, and that blob in the middle is the grounds of Plas Tan y Bwlch, one of the slate quarry owners' houses. And then if you go to the very south of the county, you can see component part 6, which is Bryn Eglwys Quarry, the village of Aberllefenni, and the Talyllen Railway. Now that might give you a clue about the rationale behind the way that we put together the bid, which was the feeling that an industrial landscape must be more than just the productive and the processing sites, it needs to include the transport systems, but it also needs to include the communities, towns, villages, cottages, whatever, associated with this particular industry. So it was from the start, it wasn't just a technical story. It wasn't just a story of engineering achievement. It was the story about the evolution of a particular type of industrial community within a particular area and within a particular type of cultural context. Now, you'll have heard this morning from Peter Wakelin, my good friend Peter Wakelin, about the process that led to Blaenavon becoming inscribed as World Heritage Site in 2000. You know, it's all seems such a long time ago now. And we followed the logic of that approach. We're also influenced by the Cornwall and West Devon mining inscription in the way that we set about approaching UNESCO. I should just explain that my role in this process was as the lead consultant, as the historical, people have flattered me by calling me the expert on the slate industry, but I also had some background in World Heritage bids from my involvement in the Llangollen Canal, which is inscribed in 2009, and I've continued to advise Gwynedd County Council on the management of the site ever since our inscription 3 years ago, just over 3 years ago, in 2021. Now, the criteria under which the slate landscape was inscribed are these: an important interchange of human values, particularly in the period from 1780 to 1940, the classic period of the Industrial Revolution, on developments in architecture. What else does it say there? Can't actually read the rest of that because there's a bar over it. And then criterion 4, an outstanding example of a type of landscape which illustrates in a dramatic way the combined works of nature and of man through the large-scale exploitation of natural resources. Let me start with the first of those, development in architecture, before we go much further, because one of the things about slate quarrying, of course, is that its products survive. This is very different from other forms of extractive industry. Coal mining, you know, it's very, very rare to find a lump of coal from the 19th century because they've all been put on fires, they've all been burnt, whereas slate isn't like that. Now, slate has a value to weight ratio that makes it possible to export it worldwide. There are quarries in many different parts of the world, but the Welsh industry seems to have been the leading one. And this view of New York in the 1880s, drawn at a time when about half the roofs in New York in the pre-skyscraper era were roofed with slate, of which much, though by no means all, would have come from North Wales. There was a very productive American industry, but interestingly enough, that was largely got going by Welsh immigrants. So there are all sorts of global technical stories here that we were able to refer to in our nomination dossier, but not least the fact that this was an industry that roofed much of the industrial and modern world. Now, this isn't New York. This is the town, or is it the village of Bethesda, where I spent my early childhood, and this gives you some idea of, well, it explains, among other things, why I became interested in slate quarries, because the Penrhyn slate quarry was on our doorstep, and as a child I used to get taken to visit it. It was an absolutely fascinating place. It was still working by its late Victorian systems. There were steam locomotives pulling slate wagons along the internal railway system, mid-19th century water balance shafts. It was a nascent industrial archaeologist's paradise. But what this slide, I think, also shows is the very close relationship between the quarry as a productive entity and the settlement that came into being to serve it, to house its workforce. To cut a very long story short, there's a very interesting social dynamic going on here, if you know where to look. Look at that big chapel that's more or less in the bottom middle of the slide I'm showing you, and look at the road that leads up the hill to the left of it. The border between, on the left-hand side, the Penryn estate owned by the man who owned the quarry, to the right of that boundary, a freehold. So a very interesting dynamic here. The men chose to live, initially at least, on a bit of land that was not owned by the quarry owning family. And the big chapel they built right on the boundary, effectively to say to the world at large, we are on our own patch here, thank you very much, and we will build our nonconformist chapel, and we are not necessarily going to go to the church that our employer wants us to go to. So a classic piece of 19th century industrial architecture, the place as a whole, some very, very lavish buildings, which gives you an idea of the comparative prosperity that these places were enjoying in the 19th century, but it also serves to show the complexity of social relations that bring into being not just the quarry, but the ways in which the workforce was housed. And there's a very wide variety of settlement types associated with the slate industry, and we did our best to get a representative sample of those in the areas that we submitted. Some of the places aren't, if you like, cultural landscapes in the sense I've just shown you, but are more monumental, more like individual monuments. This remarkable site is the slab mill associated with a remote Gorsedd quarry, very unusual for its architectural ambition, and also for the way in which it is separate from the quarry. You can see to the right of this aerial view here the railway that connected the quarry to the sea, and you can see the way in which raw slabs were brought in on the lower railway system here that curves into the mill, and then left on the upper one, and a building dating from the mid-1850s, but which follows the example of a foundry or an industrial workshop, rather than the normal practice of building a slate mill as a one-story structure and very unornamented. So a considerable variety of technologies that we could point to here, and influences from outside. Well, the classic slate quarry town, I suppose, is Blaenau-Ffestiniog, the town associated not just with open quarries, as at Penryn, but with underground mining, because the geology of Ffestiniog slate is very different from the geology of Penryn slate. The veins here are at an angle, which meant that the very earliest workings from about 1760 onwards could only be conducted underground after the veins were followed a particular distance. The overburden could be removed when they were shallow, but it became very uneconomic to do so. And this also shows the very intimate relationship between the work of extraction, the work of processing, most of which took place in the quarries themselves, and the settlement as a whole. Now, this, to my mind, is the most urban of the quarry settlements. As with Bethesda and Penryn Quarry, you can trace in the landscape the different estates that owned it. What you can also see very clearly here is the way that industrial era transport systems form the plan of these places. Without going into too much detail, you can see to the centre right one of the slate roads from the quarries coming down the mountainside, curving round a little bit to the left before it vanishes off the bottom of the screen, which carried slate from Lord Quarry down to quays on the river Dwyrid. You can see the old sheep roads that form the backbone of the town running from left to right. And you can also see the course of the Festiniog Railway, opened in 1836, to carry slate from the quarries. So transport, quarrying, processing, urban morphology, very much closely related with each other. There's a wealth of underground archaeology associated with the slate mines. This is a view taken of the mine of Herren quarry in Blaen Festiniog, and you can see, looking on the left-hand side here, an up-haulage incline and the rail system that runs off it to one of the intermediate levels. The archaeology of mining, as distinct from quarrying for slate, is very, very compelling indeed, because not only do you see rails, winches, ropes, rollers surviving, you also see very much more humble types of archaeology like footprints, old coats, cigarette packets, even potato crisp packets. You're very much brought up against the world of the slate miner in places like this. Now, the story is, I suppose, ultimately a people story. UNESCO doesn't encourage bids for World Heritage status based around an individual, but is very content to consider bids that are based on the work that groups of people undertook. And I'm particularly fond of this photograph, taken, I think, in the early 1920s, one of the quarries very near where I live in the Nantlle Valley, showing one lad on the left who's learning the craft of trimming the slate with a knife, and his friend on the right-hand side, who may be learning with him, or they may be learning, probably both of them also learning, the very challenging art of splitting slates with a hammer and chisel, a job that's only really been mechanized to any extent in the last few years. I would love to know who they are, but unfortunately there's no record of their names, but I think I see their grandsons and their great-grandsons' daughters hanging round outside the Spa shop in the village of Penygroes to this day. They look simultaneously rather nervous, but also intrigued by the fact that somebody's considered it worth their while to photograph them. So we could very strongly emphasize in our bid the importance of craft skill in slate quarrying, mining and processing, but there's also abundant evidence for the way that mechanization does take over some of the processes. So the circular saw table, it seems that the very first time that such a machine was used to saw any sort of stone was in the mill associated with Penrhyn Quarry by about 1802, but in the course of the 19th century, these machines take over the very difficult work indeed of breaking a slab up with a hammer. If you mistimed a blow with your hammer, you lost a week's income. So using tables such as this made for a much more productive industry and a much more regular income. So classic industrial revolution story, if you like, of craft skill being augmented by mechanical capacity. Now, another thing that we were very keen to show to UNESCO was the fact that although this is very much a 19th century industry, it was only steam driven to some extent. And what it does preserve is a wonderful variety of water-operated machinery. On the left there, you're looking at a water balance up-haulage shaft from Penrhyn Quarry, operational from 1856 to 1966. It was perhaps there that I received my baptism as an industrial archaeologist at the tender age of 7, when I was actually allowed to have a ride in that one afternoon. Drive an inspector of mines mad now to know that children were allowed to not just to visit the quarry, but to have rides in it, and that is preserved. On the right-hand side, you see what I'm sure will be familiar to many of you, the 50-foot water wheel at the Dinorwic Slate Quarry Workshops, now the National Slate Museum. So a much more common type of water-driven machine, but nevertheless an excellent example of the most sophisticated late stage of water wheel development. Now, in terms of transport, we were really able to make a very strong case for outstanding universal value because the railway systems associated with the industry are, first of all, famous. Secondly, they show the influence of engineering from outside. The Festiniog Railway, shown here in the 1840s, is a classic Stephenson railway using the same sort of rail technology as the Stockton and Darlington, the Liverpool and Manchester, but adapted to a different gauge to the circumstances of North Wales and its mountainous landscape, and also to the carriage of slate, and the opportunity as well to use gravity operation with horses only drawing up the empties. Now, even in its horse-drawn days, this was a remarkably sophisticated piece of engineering, and then in 1863 it of course introduces steam locomotives, and it was a powerful influence on railway engineers worldwide. The most famous copy of the Festiniog, and I don't think it's overstating the case to describe it as a copy, because some of the preliminary work designing the Darjeeling was actually undertaken in Porthmadog. But yes, it is, of course, the Darjeeling Railway, already a World Heritage Site. So we were able to allude to this fact in our dossier, and to say, really, you should also be including the railway that was the inspiration for the Darjeeling. Now, the social dynamic of the industry is, I think, particularly interesting. We were very anxious from the start to show the flows of capital into the industry. Some people say you can't really see that in the historic industrial landscape. And we said, well, yes, you can. This is Penrhyn Castle, the home of the owner of Penrhyn Quarry. You can just about see the quarry there, the mountain slopes to the right of the slide. You can just about make out the galleries, and you can just about see the village or town of Bethesda in the middle distance. So what we're seeing here is a landscape almost entirely dominated by the flow of capital into this Welsh valley. Capital, by the way, and we're totally frank about this, that emanates, of course, from Jamaican sugar plantations and the slave trade. So very murky origins of capital here. But without that, the quarry could not have developed. The slab mill, with its innovative machinery, couldn't have been built. And the first railway system in the industry, which connected the quarry with the sea from 1801, wouldn't have been built. So this is another example of the international story, that none of this could have happened without the forcible removal of people from Africa and their enslavement in the most brutal conditions in the West Indies. Now, most of the early housing associated with the industry, a lot of it survives, is in this cottage tradition. Although these are 19th century cottages, they're still essentially medieval in their conception and inspiration, and scattered buildings as well. Nucleations come a little bit later. And look at the change here in the town of Blaenau-Ffestiniog. You're looking there mainly at houses erected in the 1870s, 80s, 90s. Of course, one reason why these towns survive as such perfect examples of a Victorian town building, industrial town building, is that the industry develops apace with the removal of the slate tax in 1831, just a few years before Queen Victoria comes to the throne, and the contraction of the industry that it becomes particularly marked in 1900. But you notice here that the houses are much more like Lancashire houses, 2 up, 2 down, quite solidly built structures. in a place where land values are already becoming quite high. So instead of the lateral cottage, you get the 2 or 3 story house, and quite substantial structures they are too. Now, the purely cultural aspect of the industry was something we also thought it was important to convey. One of the things that we pointed out to our UNESCO assessor when she came over in 2020 was that the industry had been the cause of this remarkable folk art, which seems to have originated in Penrhyn Quarry in the very early years of the 19th century, but to have been adopted elsewhere. Very charming, naive, but to my mind very attractive. Men would bring blocks back with them from the quarry and would carve these rather lovely patterns on them, which have gone on being an inspiration to local artists ever since. Some of these show scenes from the landscape around them, such as a new church or the Menai Bridge. One shows the Menai Bridge. One example shows rum bottles, which apparently remained in place in this particular cottage, even when the family, under the inspiration of the chapels, became total abstainers in the later 19th century. So very confident, very fresh form of folk art. Also, of course, as I've already hinted at, the social dynamics are important here. This wonderful evocation of a meeting that took place in 1874 shows the changing social relations within the slate industry, because on the right you have Lord Penrhyn, the owner of the quarry and the owner of most of component part 1. On the left-hand side you have the union leader, William John Parry, and notice that everybody is actually dressed in rather a similar way. Parry, a middle-class accountant, has got his top hat on his lap. Behind the 2 leading actors are the Quarry Representative Committee and the quarryman Griffith Parry, thanking Lord Penrhyn for his very liberal concessions, a quotation, to the men working at Penrhyn Quarry. This is a lithograph you used to find in many quarrymen's houses, farmhouses all over Wales, because it showed how the Welsh-speaking middle classes, the chapel-going middle classes, had taken the lead in forming unions and in sustaining the unions, but were also working closely with the radical, literate working class that made up the bulk of the quarrymen and of the colliers and of iron workers and tin plate workers elsewhere in Wales. So a very powerful scene. Now, where is the community today? Well, the number of quarrymen is far less. There were about 16,000 slate quarrymen in northwest Wales when the industry was at its height. There are no more, at maximum a couple of hundred at the moment. Still very productive, far more productive than their great-great-grandfathers would have been 150 years ago, with mechanized forms of extraction and processing. But this is where the community is at the moment. This is a community archaeology dig on a very interesting building in the Nantlle Valley, the Penbryn Slate Quarry. The building itself is in essence a 17th century barn, built by a Cromwellian soldier after the Civil War, after he got hold of one of the local estates. In about 1863, as the quarries were developed here, the barn was converted into a quarryman's barracks. It's always been known as Barracks Penbryn. But one thing that this community archaeology dig managed to establish, the artifacts that they recovered from the site were not masculine at all, they were feminine. They were things like combs and mirrors. And from the census records, we know that even though these buildings have been referred to for about 150 years as barracks. They were in fact family homes. The census gives us the details of the men, women and children who were living here in conditions that I reckon were very, very crowded indeed. The airspace available to each inhabitant was equivalent to what the SS provided for people incarcerated in Auschwitz. They were that crowded. Now, I'm not making comparisons here because these were only temporary residences for people coming into the industry, but they do show the sudden influx during the boom years of the 1860s when the demand for slate was very, very high. People from neighbouring farms, not from far away, which is why the industry remains very, very Welsh in speech and is so to this day. But it shows the social change going on in what had been a very, very traditional society, and the way that the slate industry gives this Welsh-speaking, chapel-going society a new identity, a new way of life. So you can almost imagine when you walk around the barracks at Pen y Bryn, the children playing, the girls helping their mothers, the boys at a very early age would have been going to work with their fathers in the quarries, doubtless initially getting in the way, and then as they got old enough, learning from dad or uncle or elder brother the task of quarrying slate and of splitting it. So I'm going to leave you with the children of today. One of the most successful things about the Gwynedd Council's World Heritage inscription has been the creation of young ambassadors. This again is something that we learned from the Blaenavon World Heritage bid. But this has involved young people learning about the heritage of their area, very often the heritage of their grandparents, their great-grandparents, and further back, and learning how to interpret their own and their community's history to anybody who's interested. We very much hope that this will mean that they continue to identify with the industry long after it's been reduced to a very small level indeed, that they continue to identify with the area in which they were born and brought up. If they move away from the area, as I'm afraid many of them will have to do, then they will have happy memories of a proud past. And if they do what I did, which has come back in later years, they will feel at home in this very, very rich historical and cultural landscape. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Diolch yn fawr am wrando. I hope I'm not screen sharing any longer.
You are not.
Shall I go again? Shall I try again? Can you hear me now? Ah, great. Yeah, I was just, deal. I would like to know a little bit more about the photo of the children that you put at the end. What did they identify as being most important about their heritage?
That's a very good question. It's difficult for children sometimes to tell what exactly they make of this process. And I was very intrigued by the fact that when our assessor came over 4 years ago from Saxony. We introduced her to some of the local school children, and she said, "Would you like a career in heritage when you're older?" And one of the boys said, "No." Well, fair enough. Why should he, after all? But I think it's a family thing above all, because, these are, in some respects, quite static communities. Nearly everybody in the local primary and secondary school in the valley where I live, for instance, will have had grandfathers at least in the industry. So knowing what they did is important. What I would like to persuade the council maybe to do a little bit more is to set up links with other schools in other slate quarrying areas in other parts of the world, because one of the this is a rather long-winded way of answering the question, I'm afraid, but bear with me. One of the things that I've always found in Wales and with our Welsh heritage is that we as Welsh people value it very much, but we don't always think it is of interest or ought to be or need be of interest to anybody else. And I think that's totally wrong. So getting people to understand that they're part of something really very valuable, getting children to understand that, and not just think that, oh, they live in a dead-end area, and the best thing they can do is to get a job somewhere else or go to university somewhere else. I think that's important. But certainly, the family connections and family pride are going to be important. And also, of course, if they're interested in something, they won't vandalize it.
Thank you very much.
With their friends not to.
Yep, we've got another question at the front.
Hello, David. I thought I'd better turn around and so that you can see who's talking to you. Just a question really about, have you had an issue with UNESCO and the fact that there is continuing extraction of slate going on in Penryn and Blaenau Ffestiniog and so on, and how has that been resolved?
Well, it hasn't needed to be resolved, to be honest, because one of the reasons why the component parts 1 and 4 look like pieces of bent shrapnel is that we excluded all active mineral permissions. So we just said clearly from the start, no active mineral permissions, no secondary activity, tip reprocessing or anything like that. But that these were what we called associative attributes of outstanding universal value outside the site, which sustained, for instance, the craft skills, which we emphasised very much in the dossier, and also, of course, provided the training for people to continue demonstrating the skills of slate splitting and slate trimming and the rest of it. I wouldn't be sorry if UNESCO reconsidered their position on this, and so we could actually include some active mineral extraction, but one thing at a time.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions or comments? Yes, 1 second.
Just to follow up to that question, is the current extraction within the buffer zone, and does that make any difference?
We don't have a buffer zone.
Oh.
We took a bit of a chance on that, but what we I'll briefly go through the process of how we ended up not having a buffer zone. The planning authorities in the County Council and the National Park both adamantly took the view that there was no provision in planning law for a World Heritage buffer zone, and that they didn't want one, that it couldn't be defined in law, couldn't be defined with any clarity. And we had a long, somewhat at loggerheads discussion with them. And fortunately, we had to move offices halfway through this meeting, which gave me an opportunity to say to my Cadw colleague, right, this is going to be a problem. We need to redefine the way we set about broader landscape protection. So what we ended up doing was saying that existing systems of landscape protection in Wales were sufficiently robust to act as a buffer zone, in particular the Cadw, Icamos, landscapes of outstanding historic interest. We could, I think, have just said, these are the buffer zone and they operate in these ways. But we'd already said from the start that there would be no additional level of statutory or non-statutory protection. So what we just said in the dossier was, these serve as the buffer zone and they are protected in the following ways.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant, thank you. If we give David a round of applause now. Thank you very much, David. And now I would like to introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Paul Belford, CEO of Heritage Innovation, and his talk on the Industrial Heritage Survey results.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Can you hear me? I'll do my best to speak into the microphone, and I'll do my best to speak in a way that is commensurate with your understanding, but forgive me if I have a few glitches along the way. Let me just put this up here. How did we do that before? That one, wasn't it?
First of all, put it full screen up here.
Full screen mode. There we go.
There you go.
Right, here I am. Can you still hear me? If I stand like this, can you still hear me? Is that okay? Is that good? Okay, thank you very much. Well, my name is Paul Belford, and I'm here to present the results, or not even the results, but the preliminary, let me just get my notes up, there we go, results or thinking that's emerged from this project. Now, the project is called the Industrial Heritage in England Resurvey Project, but I don't really like that title. So, because it implies it's a resurvey of something that's been adequately surveyed in the past. And as we shall see, it hasn't really been adequately surveyed. And it's more about the future than the past, actually, this project, or the present than the future than the past. So I've called it temporarily, for this purposes of today, a resilience and sustainability review. And I'll explain a little bit about how it came about. But first of all, just to say that the project is undertaken by myself, which is Heritage Innovation, with the support of Zoe here as well. And it's been funded by Historic England through the Ironbridge Gorge Museum Trust, and I think the AIA as well have chipped in a bit to the support of the Industrial Heritage Support Officer, who is here today, and about whom this project is. So the project is, the talk rather, I'm going to speak very briefly about the background, discuss the approaches we used to survey and analyse the survey data. At length, I will discuss some of the results, but not all of them, and briefly gloss over some of the interim recommendations that we have made or will be making, I think, to our clients and to the world. So the background. Now, I'm going to, as this talk progresses, because it's after lunch, and I have to follow the erudite brilliance of Daffy Gwyn and his wonderful speaking, his mellifluous voice, and also Peter Wakelin and his romantic, emotional speech this morning. And you've just got me now. So I'm going to intersperse this talk with various photographs, and your job is to guess where you think they might be. So anybody like to have a guess where that is? Black Country Museum. Well done. 1 point to the gentleman with the moustache in the middle. Okay. So the background to this study is that there were two previous studies, which is why it's a resurvey, but it isn't really. One was in 1998 and one was in 2008. 1998 report was undertaken for what was then English Heritage by consultants and looked at 593 industrial heritage sites across England. There was a methodology in choosing those sites, but it was an inconsistently applied one, and so there's an inconsistent data set that emerged. Some sites were included, but not others. So, for example, lead smelting sites in the Peak District were included, but lead mining sites in the Shropshire Hills weren't included. And some bits of the canal system were included and other bits weren't. So it's not consistent. or comprehensive indeed, but it's arguably is quite representative of industrial heritage. So it's a useful starting point. This 1998 report was followed in 2008 by a review by Sir Neil Cossons, who looked at the 1998 list, but not in a very systematic way. It was not a systematic report. It didn't really review the earlier evidence and didn't follow a clear, or at least didn't set out what its methodology was particularly clearly, and made some recommendations and had some thoughts, which will be familiar to anybody who will have read Neil Cossons' 2007 paper in the Antiquaries Journal, or I've heard Sir Neil talk on this subject more recently. So the situation was, we had a knowledge base that had not really been comprehensively updated for 26 years. We had 593 sites, although some people thought there were 610. Actually, there are 646, which I'll show you in a minute, managed by over 400 organisations, a very wide variety of governance and management regimes, and really not sure how many sites there are or who manages them. Obviously, the challenges that the sector faces at the moment, or that many of these sites face, are these sorts of things: local authority funding cuts, in particular, the viability of small visitor attractions, the demographics of the volunteer base, maintenance, other liabilities, and so on. And these were suggested as possible challenges that this project might like to look at and see how the sector is doing. And actually, the outcome of the project is that, yes, they are indeed challenges, among many others. But there are also opportunities here to use this project to support the Industrial Heritage Support Officer to develop networks of expertise, to improve collaboration on strategic matters, to think about how you might refresh the volunteer base and the staff base, and engage with other agendas. What I will say also, by the way, at this beginning point, is I will make some generalistic comments that might be offensive to some of you, and no doubt somebody will stand up and say, no, that's not true. I know a site where that isn't the case. And it's true. For every time I say, oh, it's all bollocks, you might conversely say, no, it isn't, because I can give you this example. And there's lots of examples which run counter to the general trends that we have observed. But the point of this project was not really to pick up those examples, although it is, but it's more to look at the general trends and to think about what we can do about them. And there are some very good case studies that do tell a different narrative, which I think are very valuable. And I'll try and talk on some of them, although I'm conscious there's more talk than there is time, I'm afraid, Zoe, but we'll crack on. So, come on. Where's that? Ditherington Flax Mill, well done. Okay, there's a resounding enthusiasm for this flax mill. It's an unusual viewpoint, you see, so that's what might have confused you. Yep, there's the canal in the foreground and the railway behind. Right, survey and analysis. What did we do? So there are, in fact, 646 sites in the survey. The bar graph shows the 1998 sites in dark blue and the additional sites that have been added by the IHSO in the last 20 years or so as a result of his work in identifying these sites and working with them. And this graph shows the number of sites in the different regions, if you can read across the bottom. The colours look really weird from where I'm standing, but hopefully you can still see the graph and read the words. So obviously there are more sites in the south, well not obviously, but there are, as it happens, more sites in the southeast and London, although arguably that wasn't where the centre of the Industrial Revolution was, but there we are. And fewer in Yorkshire and the northeast, where arguably there was the centre of Industrial Revolution, but we'll gloss over that as well. We collected data through a desk-based analysis of all 646 sites. That is, looking at what had happened since 1998 to those sites, who managed them, who ran them, what the finances were like in broad terms, and so on, whether they were open to the public, whether they still existed even. We also sent questionnaires out to 653 individual people who were responsible for some of these sites, and I'll explain why those numbers don't add up in a minute. And we also conducted 15 interviews, and again, there were more sites covered than there were interviews because some people were responsible for more than one site. The questionnaire, we sent out a form with 100 questions, and I think on reflection, we probably could have had a slightly different approach to the questionnaire. But you live and learn, don't you? I think we were trying to replicate the 1998 survey, and I think we went into too much detail in some areas. I think However, that was the response rate, so that's where we are. So we had about 10% in the end come back to us. So we have which is not great, but there again, it's better than nothing. And a lot of the data that I will talk about, I will qualify with the size of the sample. So I'm being very cautious in presenting these results to you today and in presenting them to Historic England, that the results that I'll show you are a result from the sample that they are a result from. So where the sample size is 54, that's the proportion of sites from that sample are that. It's very dangerous to extrapolate from that to the national picture. We also did these semi-structured online interviews, which involved 23 people across a wide range of organisations. These have been recorded and transcribed, and the analysis is ongoing. And in the end, it will be a research report series on the Historic England website. The end is at the moment defined as the end of October, so fingers crossed for that. Right, next. Well done, Black Country Museum, good, well done. So, the results, this is quite a long section, but don't worry, you've got plenty of time. Right, here we are, just to remind you how many sites there were. I'm just whizzing through this quite quickly, but I'm conscious that I need to keep track of where I am. So there are 53 actually additional sites from the 1998 survey, but of course, not all of the sites that were there in 1998 are still with us. And indeed, many of the sites that were in the inventory in 1998 weren't with us even then, actually, but that's another story. But in fact, we have had 76 sites have closed to the public since the 1998 survey. And there's 3 examples up there, which I'm sure you're all familiar with and can remember and have fond memories of sometimes, or maybe not. And they're just a few of the many sites, and there are some others. Most of the sites that are closed were museums, not all of those in local authority ownership, actually, some in other ownerships. Some commercial sites have closed, including the Road to Wigan experience, which some may also remember with a slight shudder. Some of the mills that were listed in 1998 have also become private houses, even though they were actually restored as mills by preservation trusts at different times. But it's not all negative. I mean, it's a mixed picture. So there have been some very positive changes. So I'm just going to give you 2 examples. This is Gosport Railway Station, which was derelict in 98. It was redeveloped about 20 years ago now, actually, as apartments, offices, and so on and so forth, and is in very good condition and very well looked after in private hands. More recently, we have the Cannington Shore No. 7 bottle shop in St Helens, which was like that on the left for a very, very long time, and has now, after a lot of political manoeuvring, is in receipt of quite a lot of money through the Towns Fund initiative, which is part of the Levelling Up agenda of the previous government, which is being managed by a new community interest company and will be revived in a glorious, glorious way. Another example, of course, which I was talking about with Mike Novell earlier on, is Battersea Power Station, which wasn't in the original 1998 list and still isn't in the new list either, but is actually now publicly accessible and preserved, so that's exciting. Right, so we looked at a number of different things in this survey. One of them was ownership. Now, you could try and guess all of the sites in there. Is anyone up? Is there anyone up for that? No, not Gloucester. No. Yay! And the furnace? Who said Dudden? Oh. It is. It's Dudden. It's Dudden Furnace, Magpie Mine, Stile Mill, and the former Nottingham Canal Museum, which is now a pub. So there's an interesting site closure, but remaining a publicly accessible industrial heritage site. And also, all of these represent very different types of ownership. Now, ownership is not the same as management and operation, and I'll come to that. And there was some concern in the brief as we set up this project about local authority sites. and the ownership of local authority sites and how endangered they were. But actually, nationally, as you can see here, this is the 646 sites. This is the national picture of who owns these sites. Only 30% are owned by local authorities. 31% are owned by charitable trusts and national heritage bodies, which is the green and the darker blue. And I'll talk a bit more about what I mean by national heritage bodies in a minute. 11%, hello?
That's okay, carry on.
Okay. 11% of the 646 sites are part of the country's infrastructure. So that's mainly waterworks and canals, but also railways. Bits of the modern railway infrastructure are included in this list, which is slightly bizarre, but they are publicly accessible industrial heritage sites. There is, however, this is a national picture of all 646, and it looks quite reasonable, but actually what's very interesting is when you drill down into this regionally, there is quite a lot of variation in this pie chart. So if we look at, for example, just randomly for today, I've only picked 2 other regions to look at to save time. The northeast, okay, you've got significantly more sites than the national average in local authority ownership, but significantly fewer in charity ownership. And many, 18% of sites in the northeast, sites in this list in the northeast, are owned by private individuals. In contrast, coming down the coast, the East Midlands, a very different picture. The ratio of local authority to charity is more than reversed from the previous flip between the two. There's the northeast and there's the East Midlands. So you've got much larger local authority ownership in the East Midlands, significantly fewer in charity ownership, significantly more in charity ownership, and a significant proportion are owned by private companies, which is itself quite interesting, and not necessarily a negative thing either in terms of the preservation and access. Now, in contrast again, is our sample of sites that answered the questionnaire and a few other sites that are part of the interviews. And our sample, which is not altogether surprising, is not representative of the national picture. It's heavily biased towards charitable trusts and local authority sites. So that's it compared to the national picture, okay? But as I said, the national picture comes from an inconsistently selected sample. So the data that we've got here is actually quite useful. Now, I won't give you any prizes for guessing what this one is. Yeah, exactly, thank you. But it's as featured in the Pink Floyd album cover on the left there. And now, it's great. Who's been to Battersea? Yeah, it's great. It's like, I mean, if you want really expensive, pointless consumer items, it's great. But it's actually a really nice place to wander around. It's a nice venue, there's flats there. It's been restored in, I think, a very sensitive and sympathetic way, much better than being a derelict thing. And today, it is actually the largest publicly accessible industrial heritage site in commercial use in London. So, it's a win-win. And this brings me to the question of use of these sites. So, again, looking at all 646 sites, divided them into, or looked at how they were being used now as opposed to 1998. And so I'll just explain these categories a little bit. So infrastructure is obviously infrastructure, but I've included canals in infrastructure because they are actually infrastructure. In many cases, canals are supplying water. They're part of the water supply system. Things like waterworks and other pumping stations, and also railways are infrastructure. Something that's a site is something that's open access. So you can just wander in and see it. So like upland lead smelting I mentioned earlier, or the sort of random derelict bits of furnace that you see in many municipal parks, those kinds of things are sites in this context, or what you might call monuments, I suppose, but freestanding things that you can just wander into. A museum, which is the biggest number in this category, are things that are essentially run as a heritage attraction. So that includes heritage railways. I've put them as a museum because they are a museum. You pay to go in, you have a heritage experience, and you wander off again. They're not part of the infrastructure. It's a joyride. It's not critical. Commercial sites may include sites like Battersea or breweries or even some mills where they do corn milling. hotels, holiday lets, things like that, but also includes some places where there is no public access. So a mill building might be converted to offices, for example, so there's no internal public access. What else? House, disused, other, and so on. They're fairly, or not known, fairly straightforward. Now, just a quick note on mills. I don't want to talk about mills particularly. About a quarter of the sites are mills, and then there's another 3% or so sites that are other food and drink, which are mainly breweries and malt houses and things relating to beer. And I don't want to focus on mills, partly because there's a lot of them, partly because they are quite well looked after by very enthusiastic people, and they also have their own support network, which is the SPAB Mills section and other groups that actually do a very good job. Now, mills have had some, mills do suffer rather from wind and weather, and we've had an increase in weather because of climate change, and so they do suffer more. But there's quite a large number of sites that are mills, really. Where am I? Yes, that'll do. So just to talk about use, one thing I haven't got a slide of today, and it's probably just as well you're saying already, is another thing that I looked at in terms of the 1998 list was access. And again, access to sites are divided as kind of open, whether it's in a field, public, which is you pay to go in, restricted, you pay to go in, but you can't really often go in, or it's in an office or something like that, you have to ask permission. Or private, where you can't go in at all. And there's a national picture of that, which again is quite interesting, and masks quite large regional variations. Anyway, on terms of use, we have, this is the national picture of all 646 sites of what these sites are used for. So most of them, industrial heritage sites, are museums, 52%. Quite a lot of them, almost a quarter, are sites. So in other words, they're just random. They're not random piles of stone, but they are effectively random piles of stone in fields or moorland or wherever. Or, so they're publicly accessible. Some are commercial, some are houses, some are just empty and derelict. Not many, actually, surprisingly. And some are being used for infrastructure. But again, there's a lot of regional variation. So in the northwest, for example, to go to Mike's favourite area, we have fewer museums and more disused sites than the national average. In the West Midlands, we have a huge number of museums in the sample, but I think you can see why that might be because of the way the sample's been put together. But fewer of the other categories. And this is, as I say, probably as much a function of the selection process of the 1998 as it is a reflection of the real situation. The sample doesn't reflect any of this very well at all. Most of the questionnaire and interview sites were museums, and that obviously isn't surprising if you've been paying attention, because it's difficult to return a questionnaire if you are a lead smelter in the Peak District or a derelict canal warehouse in Stourbridge or wherever you happen to be. So there we go. The other sites represented here are in the green, which is kind of like, so that's a use, isn't it? Yeah, sites generally are like sites owned by local authorities or in national historic landscapes or National Trust properties. And infrastructure is represented by our interview with the Canal and River Trust, so which is quite an interesting conversation, actually. So compared with there's the national use, so you can see you can see the sample bias evidence there and the bias towards museums. But anyway, that's where we are. So that's kind of giving you a broad introduction of the 646 sites and the variations within that regionally, and also the difference between that sample and the smaller sample that we use to drill down into some of the detail. Which is why it's not possible for me to say, this many sites earn this much money, so therefore the sector is worth X, because it's not easy or possible even to make those direct extrapolations. Right, so governance. Most of the sites that we've seen in the sample were owned by charitable trusts. There are two pictures of governance here. The bottom picture is probably what the Charities Commission would like governance to look like. And the top picture is what I suspect the governance is for many of these sites still today. Most of these sites are managed by charitable trusts, and by charitable trusts, I included traditional charities, but also those organisations registered as CICs, CIOs, and some trusts that are unregistered actually with the Charity Commission, but still exist, but still have that ethos really of preservation societies. So these sites, how are they governed? So this is the smaller sample. You see 71 sites here. Most of them were governed by charitable trusts. Some were run directly by local authorities. Some by national heritage organisations. Railways are, I mean, it's interesting because the private companies here are all railways. So preserved railways are generally run as commercial concerns. They might have a thing that's called a so-and-so Railway Preservation Trust, but usually that's a subsidiary charity of the main company for tax purposes. And these railway company structures are quite complex and have nested companies within companies. I don't think any of them are registered in the Cayman Islands, but you get a sense sometimes looking through the accounts that there is a bit of that going on. But I think a lot of it actually is to do, I don't want to cast aspersions on our railway friends, but I think a lot of it's to do with the complexity of how these railways have evolved and how they've been extended and how the rolling stock's been owned by one group and something else has been owned by somebody else and so on and so forth. But they form the bulk of this wedge of red that's private companies. That's the national picture as opposed to our sample. Now, there's an interesting side note in this, by the way, because I got slightly sidetracked. So I thought, well, this is interesting. We've got lots of charities here. And those of you who are familiar with Neil Cousins' 2007 paper and Neil Cousins' general thrust of his arguments, I'm sorry he's not here today, actually, because he could speak for himself. But is that there is a heroic age in the 1960s and 1970s of great industrial archaeology preservation, and everyone went out and preserved everything, and ever since then, it's not been the same. But actually, if you look at our sample and when these organisations were started, yes, there is a heroic age, although the formalisation of charities falls a little bit behind the heroic age of them starting up. 70s and 80s, quite a lot were founded. But actually, the bulk of the biggest column comes from the 2010s. And I think a lot of that is local authorities setting up trusts to run parts of their museums. It's also some existing informal trusts formalising so that they can then build relationships or have formal arrangements with local authorities or with other organisations. So there's a sudden spurge in the 2010s, but that's just got an interesting side note, the dates when charities were established. So coming back to trustees, you saw the photographs. I'm not going to make any judgments about trustees, but I think what we have found through the questions that we've asked there is a skills shortage in many trustee bodies. And these are comments, paraphrased comments, that have come from both the interview and the questionnaire responses, which I'm sure resonate with people in the room. These are the sorts of comments you've probably all heard around your own board. Indeed, probably so you've heard these discussions around the board of this very august organisation. And these are all true facts in a sense. But that's due to societal change, actually. I think it is very hard to find young people, and it is very hard to know where to look for help. But there is help out there. So, there are organisations that help voluntary organisations deal with finding trustees or looking for trustees or arranging the balance of their trustees so they better reflect the communities that they serve. But not all of these organisations are aware of them or are availing themselves of them. And that's despite Mike's efforts at the IHSO in saying, look, you can actually talk to these voluntary organisations to help you. Anyway, I'll just leave those thoughts with you. But one outcome of this situation with the trustees is that there is a lack of forward planning. So in the organisations that we looked at, this N is 71 here, I think. So 52 of 71 organisations have a health and safety plan. Woohoo! That's still not 71 out of 71, so that's slightly worrying. But only about half of them have a management plan or a strategic plan or a business plan, and only a very small fraction of them, you see the second bar from the bottom, actually have all of those plans. And again, you know, less than half have a training program. So it's not great. I mean, there is overlap in these as well, so it's not that all of one are none of the other, if you see what I mean. So some are very good. They have a suite of plans, and it may be that in some cases the management plan and the business plan are the same document, and so that's fine. But it's quite worrying. Two have no plans at all, which is slightly worrying, really. So that's quite interesting. I'm just going to present you with interesting facts and just leave them, let them resonate around the room, really, because I don't have time to, I don't really, do I? I'm going to have to rattle through. But next, to keep you all awake, some of you will get this, some of you won't. Who lives in that house? That's right. Mrs. Wilberforce herself, who foiled the train robbery and banked all the money, if you remember. One of the greatest films ever made, The Lady Killers, an Ealing comedy, and this is Mrs. Wilberforce's house. Anyway, the point of this slide is to remind you, firstly, you should go and see the film, and secondly, and it's a great industrial archaeology film, by the way, because the house is above the tunnels coming out of Euston Station. Is it Euston or King's Cross? I can't remember. King's Cross. And there's lots of nighttime steam action, railway signals bumping people in the head. It's great, it's fantastic. Anyway, this is mainly there as a reminder that there are several approaches to income generation. Okay, so you can either be like Mrs. Wilberforce and sit there and just take it all, or you can try very hard and it all goes horribly wrong. Now, this is a fact from Historic England's most recent Heritage Counts survey, 23. Libraries, museums and archives as a whole generate an astonishing £3.3 billion per year to the British economy, which is remarkable. So that's the context within which the next bit I'm going to talk about income sits within. So again, this is all very qualified. There's an asterisk there. The asterisk is this is all subject to the sample size and all the parameter variations that I've mentioned. But of the sample of 71 sites, the mean annual income was, for the whole sample, was 24 million, and per site, that was 409,000, roughly, per site, per year, which is a lot, which tells you that the sample is skewed towards the bigger sites that are organised enough to answer the questionnaire. So I can't then say, okay, multiply that by 10 and that's the income. And the exciting news is that that has increased. So again, that's nice, isn't it? That these heritage sites are doing better and better. And part of that is the bounce back from COVID, I would guess. And part of that is the fact that the sites who are more likely to respond to the questionnaire are the ones who are doing well and they want to tell the world that they're doing well. So, these things have to be treated with a degree of caution, but that's quite positive. So let's look at the other side of that coin, expenditure. So we have mean annual expenditure of 24 million, which is not that dissimilar to the previous figure for income, but I don't know how many of you can remember what the other figure was, but 412,000 per site. And again, that's going up, but that's not necessarily a positive thing on the expenditure front. So when you put them together, that's the problem, okay? So here we have 60 or 71 sites that are probably in the upper echelon. We haven't got all the big sites, but we've got enough to say that this is probably the upper 50% of sites of this type. And they're collectively making a loss. Oops. So each site, if you do a mean and you divide it by the number, each site lost nearly £3,000 every year for the last 3 years. So, it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you take it as the sector as a whole, so this is that sample again, okay, income versus expenditure, and the balance is the red bar, okay? So in those 2 years, 2021, 22, together made 3.5 million surplus, these 71 sites, yay. 22, 23, £4 million loss. So over 3 years, these 60, 70 sites have collectively lost £500,000. Now, that isn't a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, but it's slightly worrying, and you don't know, this might be a dip and there might be a further trend. I mean, we haven't had the time or the resource in the project to look at the long-term trend, but that would be another interesting project to do. Now this, it wouldn't be promised a one-off, but you also got to think about reserves. Now we heard earlier that this society is, quite a lot of money in the bank, but not all of these organisations have quite a lot of money in the bank. And in fact, we looked at reserves, we asked a question about reserves, and 1/3 of sites seem to have more than £100,000. Some of them have very much more than that, actually, but then their operating costs are significantly more. But 1/5 have less than £10,000 in the bank. Now, this is fairly meaningless, okay, like that, but when you put it against their annual operating costs, then you find that 55%, okay, and here we're looking at only 44 sites we've actually got that data for, so there's that caveat, but nevertheless, quite a lot of sites have less than 12 months money in the bank. So if there was another COVID, for example, or there was a war with Russia or some other situation, well, perhaps a war, no. But anyway, if there was an emergency situation and there wasn't the generous bailouts that we had from the Cultural Recovery Fund, then we're on a bit of a knife edge, I think, as a sector. A part of these costs are the costs that these sites sort of would incur are running costs, and part of them are maintenance, I guess. So maintenance is an interesting question because and I haven't got time and you haven't got the energy to sit through and list all of the different maintenance challenges that there were, but believe me, there are lots, as you can imagine, because we're dealing with steam engines and buildings that weren't built to last, really. They might be very well built, but they're not built to last. They're built to serve a function and then be demolished and be replaced by something else, often in geologically unstable areas, as David knows only too well. So basically, we asked, how much have you spent on maintenance over the last 3 years? And 40 sites answered this question, and they together spent £7 million. So that's about 60 grand each. And so you say, well, okay, that's fine. So let's extrapolate that to the sector as a whole. And that means that they spent £35 million. No, they don't. Of course not. That's ridiculous. And I'm not even going to say, well, I have said that, but don't write that down because it's not true. I mean, I could see that it might be 15, 20 million, arguably, actually, if you look at all of the heritage sites and all of the landscapes and all the rest of it, I put it together, but not 35 million. So this is past liabilities, okay? But when we look at future liabilities, they all said they could spend more, or wanted to spend more, or needed to spend more, or were going to spend more. What liabilities, what maintenance have you identified to be spent over the next 3 years? Same sites, more than twice as much, which is ridiculous. And that is, in fact, over £135,000 per site per year. That's quite a lot of maintenance liabilities that people are expecting to pay in this group of sites, okay? Emphasise, this is 40 sites, it's not the whole sample, it's a very small proportion, but there's a good range of sites there that range from across all of the different types, as we've seen in the other pie charts, if you can remember those, if you're still awake. So how are we going to fund that? Well, let's look at visitors. That's another thing we looked at. So 48 sites, different, 38 million, not 38 million, that would be nice, 3 million, 3.8, nearly 4 million, okay, visitors over 3 years. So that's 26,000 per site per year, which is, again, sounds about right. Now, just to pay the maintenance costs that I've identified for the next, or they've identified for the next 3 years for those sites, you'd have to charge each visitor, just for the maintenance costs, each visitor would have to be charged £5. Now, a lot of these sites don't charge entry at all. Some of them are charging at the edge of the threshold that the market will bear as it is. So just as an indication of the scale of work and money and investment that's required just to maintain, that's not to improve, that's an outside capital project. That gives you an indication of the value of visitors. And that's on top of what they might need to charge for other running costs, etc., etc., etc. So the question really then is, and this is a question we did ask, but we're still drilling through the answers, because this was a very complicated thing. You know, are sites actually any good at attracting sufficiently diverse and affluent visitors in sufficient numbers to be able to afford to run themselves? And the short answer to that question is no, actually, they're not. And this is very interesting. We asked a question about market segments. It wasn't a very sophisticated question, but again, we didn't really have time to drill down into the detail. But again, there's a work to be done here on industrial heritage specifically. Nearly a quarter of visits to these sites are from fellow enthusiasts. They're people like yourselves wandering around looking at whatever it happens to be that interests you. And that's great and that's lovely, but that's quite a small and not necessarily very sustainable market. Some are adults, some are families, not many schools and not many events bringing in income. Now it's worthwhile looking at this in more detail. As I say, I will gloss over this bit. But Historic England actually have recently developed a market segmentation, and I think it would be very useful to look at the marketing for these sites more closely through this lens. So Historic England have developed these 7 different market segments, which they've coloured. You'll be familiar with market segmentation, you know, empty nesters and baby boomers and all these sorts of things. But the Historic England ones are these, pink, red, orange, and other colours of the rainbow. Looking at people's interest in heritage, their approach to the natural environment, interest in climate change, interest in volunteering, membership of heritage organisations, all these kinds of things, and the different messages that appeal to them and the likelihoods they have of coming to sites and so on and so forth. And it's quite a sophisticated way, actually. It's the first time I'm aware of that an organisation has actually looked at market segmentation for heritage sites specifically, and this is a Historic England thing. It's all on their website. It's quite interesting. So I think that might be a useful tool to look at that, because one of the interesting things about visitors, of course, is you might charge them to come into your site. Oh, I forgot to have water. Excuse me, whilst I have some water. You can try and read all that text. People. Oh, I can't multitask. Sorry. People will also pay for stuff, secondary spending. Now, interestingly, we asked sites how much of their revenue comes from secondary spending. So that's people buying cups of tea, biscuits, pens, pencils, rubbers, books, whatever, lumps of metal. And generally, most of it came between 20 and 50%. Which is about right, actually. My experience at Ironbridge and at the Black Country Museum is that, really. 25-30% is about right, about the most you can get. It's really difficult to get beyond 60% unless you have zero entry charge, in which case, but that's cheating. So what else can we do, to bring up the secondary spend? Events, there's not much going on in the events. It's very difficult for some of these sites to develop events and to market them, and events again come with a cost as well. We've been very lucky at Black Country Museum, for example, in having events themed around Peaky Blinders, which is a well-known television series some of you may have heard of, and it was filmed largely at the museum, and people have come and brought weapons even and pretended to be gangsters. We had to throw them out because they brought weapons, but yeah, so they come on these theme nights. But that's not possible for all sites, and I recognise that. One thing we did ask about was private sponsorship. And we asked a question, a very simple question: have you ever sought private sector sponsorship? And 52% no, and 40% had. And interesting, the majority of those who had tried it said it had been quite easy, or even very easy. Many of those who hadn't tried it said they thought it would be difficult. But obviously my immediate response to that is, well, if you don't try, you don't know, do you? And I think there's a fear of going into the corporate or private sponsorship world. So, you know, they need to try harder, I've written down here. But also they need to try to avoid being exploited. And there's a very interesting ethical thing coming up now, which struck me when I was looking at pumping stations in the West Midlands, as you do. And on the 646 sites, half a dozen of these are pumping stations in the West Midlands owned by Severn Trent Water. And on some of these pumping stations, the historic steam bit, which has been decommissioned for 20 years, but nevertheless still exists in a building, is being maintained and operated by a trust, which has been founded with the blessing of Severn Trent Water, but is run by volunteers and funded by small donations and raffles and the sale of bits of water pipe or whatever they sell, I don't know. And Severn Trent Water are quite keen to support setting up these things. And here we have a photograph of Gavin Williamson, who some of you may remember as a not very successful Foreign Secretary. And I held other roles in government, I can't remember what they were. Chief Philanderer. No, sorry, I shouldn't be political. But anyway, he doesn't look very... Anyway, I'm not going to go there. But anyway, he's the local MP for this pumping station at Bratch, and is here featured in a Severn Trent news article about setting up a trust, encouraging local enthusiasts to set up a trust to look after this piece of the nation's heritage, which is an important part of local heritage, and it's really great. Great, that's lovely, isn't it? Except that last year, Severn Trent Water made £511 million profit. So, you know, I'm steering off the survey here and just making a political rant, but basically, you know, are we as a sector being too timid in asking for these corporate donations? If these companies are sloshing about with this much money, and arguably they should spend more of the money on keeping the water clean, but that's not really a topic for discussion today. But if they've got any money left over, maybe they should be looking after the heritage, and maybe instead of actually encouraging trusts to look after their heritage, they should also be donating to organisations like the AIA, for example, to support restoration funding, or to other organisations in the area. I don't know, but there's an ethical question to be thought about with these trusts and how they're set up, and how big business relates to this much smaller but nevertheless essential business of looking after industrial heritage sites. So anyway, I'll leave that there for now. But another question we asked, one of many questions we asked, I'm coming to the end, I do promise you, but it's still a while off, so stand by. This is a good question. Is your site adequately staffed for sustainable operation? No, is the answer. It's not. So that's all down to lack of money. I mean, some are, obviously, but some aren't. So that's quite an interesting response. And of course, as we know, many sites rely on volunteering. And in our sample of 60 sites, we had 4,114 volunteers, which sounds about right to me. I've heard various figures being bandied about, but I think we might have 40,000 across the sector. I don't know. It's a difficult one to measure, not least because a lot of volunteers overlap. So some sites use the same volunteers. So unless you do a national volunteer survey. Again, we've touched on so many subjects in this survey, it's been really difficult to drill down into the detail of all of them. But these two photographs are quite interesting. The bottom photograph shows volunteers celebrating 50 years of volunteering at the North Yorkshire Moors Railway. And, you know, that gives you a really good indication of the demographic of a lot of volunteers. And then the photograph behind is Black Country Living Museum. And we've been quite successful, actually, in setting up a corporate volunteering programme, so much so that it's oversubscribed, so that companies in the West Midlands can come to the museum and you know, build a fence or take down a fence or repair a thing. And that's very cool, and people love doing that. But I don't think there's much take-up of that sort of thing in the sector. And we asked, how easy is it to attract new volunteers? And most people, as you can see from this diagram, found it difficult, actually. And in fact, most find it very difficult to attract young volunteers. 82%. We asked specifically, I think, are you able to attract a steady flow of young volunteers? And 82% said no. One notable exception, and I'm going to depart from my policy of not naming too many names, was actually the Severn Valley Railway. But their USP, as it were, to young volunteers was learning engineering skills and trades as part of a living railway and using that to boost your future engineering career through not quite an apprenticeship, but through hand-on experience, which was not all sites can do that. Skills development, as we saw earlier, not all sites have forward plans. Most are doing an all right job at passing on skills. But again, they're passing on skills from a limited pool of people to another limited pool of people. And I think there is a fear generally in the sector that some skills may be lost soon, particularly with the wider decline of some significant engineering industries. And we've we've lost colonies in Africa, coal mining and steel making. And we all thought that those things had been lost years ago, but they're still there. Well, they were until this week, now they've gone. So yeah, skills are a bit of an issue. Now, to address the skills issues, these were kind of some of the responses. What do you want then? If you haven't got skills, what do you want, guys? So we asked these questions, and these are the answers that came back. They want funding for site-specific packages. They want government apprenticeships. They want funding to provide volunteer support staff. They want free training and all this stuff. And it's like, well, that's great, but where does the money come from? Who supplies this? Should taxpayers be supporting this? Well, maybe, but then you've got to make the argument to taxpayers that this is in the national interest to support these things. You could make the argument to Severn Trent Water that it's in their interest to support new engineering skills or new skills training or whoever it is that's got some money. But I don't necessarily think, I think a lot of the respondents to this question from the interviews this came out and also from the question answers themselves were looking to government, but I don't think government is necessarily the answer. Right, so finally, I think there is one more quiz slide, but not yet. You have to sit through some more pie charts. Finally, we did ask about climate change. And we asked the question, have you had any climate change related damage in the last 5 years? And almost all sites said yes. And most of that's to do with the wet weather, as you would expect in England. And some of it is to do with erosion of things like landslides and slippage of the ground, wet weather related things like humidity and so on and so forth. So most people said they had climate change related damage during the last 5 years. But then we asked them, has it impacted your business plan? No, it hasn't really. Okay, so there's a bit of a disconnect there on climate change with some of these respondents. Now, those that had felt that it had impacted their business plan, they wanted to change their business plan to take account of climate change, talked a lot of negative things. Now, I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Anyway, this is what they said. So their main worry that came out with climate change was about coal. And this was a big issue, actually, not so much to do with climate change, but just generally. The lack of availability of coal in the UK for historic steam engines in particular, but also other types of coal for other things. And that was coupled with increased energy costs, which come about through the cost of living issues that we've seen. Some other political decisions that were made in the last decade as well may have affected that. And the flood impact on water power sites, which I've also talked about. Bizarrely and really, I wanted to bang my head against the desk when I read this, but one organisation was complaining because it had reduced income because it had to have an ethical investment portfolio, so it lost money on having an unethical. It would rather have an unethical investment policy and prop up big oil and tobacco and get more money than have an ethical investment portfolio, which I thought was a bit short-sighted and disappointing. But anyway, the historic fuels thing is a big issue, and I think I will come back to that in a minute. But there were some positives out of adapting for climate change in the business plan, and some people have put on solar panels and were generating not only energy but revenue from solar panels, and a lot of trustee boards are thinking about sustainability and zero carbon options, not just in terms of operating their sites, but then this is a really key thing, but also in terms of visitors to the sites and how they're coming to the site and what the carbon footprint is of the visitors. If everyone's coming by car, that is quite a large carbon footprint, but if you can do more with public transport, that's much better. The coal, are you considering the use of alternative fuels? So coal was an issue, okay? There isn't enough coal coming into the country. at the right price for these organisations. A lot of places reported they've had to reduce steaming hours or even cease steaming altogether. Some have tried operating their steam engines with alternative fuels, but they burn too fast, too bright. But the really sad thing is that all of these places are buying, 100 tonnes of coal here and 100 tonnes of coal there. If they got together through an industrial heritage support network, and mass bought coal, then actually they could probably afford it. My suggestion, only slightly tongue-in-cheek, was that they should all club together, all the industrial heritage sites in the country should club together and buy a coal mine and mine their own coal and be self-sufficient, which is not as ridiculous as it sounds, because you could run that as a heritage attraction as well. But, maybe it is slightly ridiculous, but I think a degree of joined-up thinking on this would probably benefit everybody. But then we ask them, are you considering the use of alternative fuels? No. Okay, fine. So I think there's still a bit of a disconnect in the sector between the reality of the problems that they're facing and the challenges that need to be addressed to do them. So the majority that haven't really thought about it, and as I say, there's no joined-up thinking. So we made some recommendations, you'll be pleased to hear, we're coming to the end of this. Now, does anyone tell me, firstly, what this building is, and secondly, where it is today? No. Yeah, but that's not it. No. Okay, it's part of the original AV Row factory. It was dismantled in 2019 and is now on an island in the Summer Isles in Scotland, re-erected by a millionaire benefactor who also owns a boatyard on the south of the Thames and has rebuilt a beautiful tugboat. Anyway, there we go. So it's an aircraft hangar. Sorry? It was in England, but it's been relocated. So that's the trick question. There you go. So anyway, we made some recommendations, which are provisional. And I'm very open to listen to the discussion or have a discussion or be shouted at in a minute. So the short-term recommendations were additional support for the IHSO role, who is currently being done by one person, reaching out to all 646 or a number of them sites and trying to help them navigate these challenges that we've identified, that we all knew about, but now we've quantified them with pie charts. So perhaps to get an assistant to help with that, which is an ask of Historic England. I think we should be doing further research on governance, management and funding and how we can diversify this as a sector and think in big terms as a sector about that. Also, I think strategic thinking on advocacy, because I think one of the things that we've lost as a sector is our voice with government and with the wider, the links with modern industry have kind of fragmented. I remember when I was at Ironbridge, there were still very close links with a lot of engineering firms, GKN, and so on, in the Telford area, who would send people down to do stuff, or we could send stuff up to them to get stuff repaired and so on. A lot of those links have gone, or have been broken, or have diminished, partly because those industries are no longer there, and partly because people have moved on or died and changed and so on. So that sort of thing. An all-party parliamentary industrial heritage group would be a good thing. In the medium to longer term, I think we need actually to have some action plans to think about volunteer recruitment as part of a wider national plan for volunteering and addressing some of the demographic imbalances that there are in the volunteer group. Same with skills training, whether they're practical hands-on steam engine skills, which are quite useful but a bit niche, or whether they're more useful skills like front of house dealing, training people in museum skills and heritage management skills, conservation skills. Heritage fuel strategy, I mentioned that, buy a coal mine, dig some coal. And I think really, and this is the one that you're not going to like, actually, do we need to keep all of these sites? Do we need 36 different pumping stations to represent the history of pumping stations? Do we need all of these steam engines locked away, being preserved in sheds that will never see the light of day again? Or do we, as one of our interview correspondents said, Just buy the coal now whilst we still can. Let them out. Let out the engines and let them run up and down the lines and have great fun. Do we do that? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. But I think we need to make some quite difficult decisions about preserving industrial heritage going forward, because we can't necessarily keep all of it, but we need to think more sensibly about managed decline or curated decay, which was a phrase that came up. So I'll leave you with this. And it's up to you whether you think that's half full or half empty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm sure there will be questions. We have time for probably 2, I think, looking at the time. Yes, we probably have time for 2 questions if anyone has anything they would like to ask.
I can't promise to answer them.
Quick comment though at the very end, and then a question. Should we keep all the paintings in all the art galleries? And the final one is on waterworks. In London we've got Thames Water has been very supportive in the past. Now it isn't, because look at its financial state. It really has given lots of money to Kent and Kew and Crossness. But no longer will they put their hands in their pockets.
No, and that is a good example, actually. I mean, Kew is a great place, and they have been very generous, but no more. So it kind of ebbs and flows. Probably not is my answer to your first question. No. But, maybe I'm a Philistine.
Can I add one comment? If whether £511 million is good or bad depends entirely on how much capital is invested in the business. It might be too small. It might be too large. You can't look at the figure in absolute terms.
No, I know. I was being provocative. Yeah. But, there is a lot of money sloshing about in some parts of the country, and other parts of the country are being, whether it's regionally or in terms of sectors.
But the investors in the business need a return, otherwise they wouldn't invest.
Well, that depends on whether you believe that I would argue that company is a public utility.
But I have no idea. If it was publicly owned, they'd still have to borrow the money, wouldn't they?
Somebody would have to borrow the money, yes.
I have no idea whether £511 million is too much or too little.
Well,
we need to dig deeper into the figures.
Okay, well, that was a provocative example, but I take your point. Thank you. Probably got time for more now, do you?
Does anyone have any more questions or comments?
Go on, hit me.
Hi, I had a friend who has mining experience. He is also heavily involved in the steam heritage world, and he investigated opening a coal mine to supply the various heritage organisations. He found it was just too much like hard work. The efforts of trying to either acquire a small mine or open one, the paperwork involved and everything else, politics involved as well, were just impossible. He gave up.
Well, fair enough. Was he trying to do that in the UK? Yes. Well, he could open a mine in Colombia. I should think there'd be much less labour regulations. Buy a boat. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the solution either. I'm being tongue-in-cheek, but I appreciate that it's not. There's no easy answers. But if my point really is the sector should band together. So rather than Museum A and Museum B each buying a little bit of coal and having to pay through the nose for it, if the whole, I don't know this is a question we didn't ask, sorry, but what is the annual coal consumption of the UK industrial heritage industry? I imagine it's quite a few boatloads, and you could get a good deal, I should think, if you collectively bargained. But I just don't know. But thank you. I won't have that option in the final report.
Right, if we can all give Paul a round of applause, and we will break for coffee. Please join us at 3:30 back in here for some awards and talks. I'll see you later.
Who's that? They're buzzing a bit in the background. They're
You're going to do one as
buzzing a
well, Mel?
bit.
Yep, okay. Welcome back from coffee, everybody. This is the awards section of the day. The first award I am presenting this afternoon is to John Freeman for it's the Dorothea Restoration Award for Clay Mills Pumping Engine Trust. So if we can give John a round of applause. Lovely. And then we're going to have a quick photo, and then John's going to give us a talk.
And thank you for the award. And I should preface everything I say by saying we've got two sorts of volunteer. We've got engineers and the rest. And I'm one of the rest, okay? So I didn't do anything about any of this. So you have to live with that. I'm going to abuse my privilege of speaking just to comment on the particular that Paul was talking about, the general, okay? So we're a small museum. We're independent. We have between 6,000 and 8,000 visitors a year. We couldn't manage with many more than that. Probably 10,000 is our limit because we've got a very small site. And so any thoughts from the Arts Council or anybody else, we should be getting 20,000, 30,000 a year, won't happen, which is interesting. So we've got to make ourselves sustainable at the sort of level we are. We're independent museum. We're owned by Severn Trent. We have a 75-year lease, which is 5 pence a year or whatever it is, peppercorn rent. And we work in partnership with Severn Trent pretty effectively, I'd have to say. We work very hard at it. At our 30th birthday celebrations last year, we had a main board director starting an engine. And just to prove we get important people doing that, Mike Neville did another one on the same occasion. Okay. So we work hard at our relationship. Severn Trent look after the outside of the buildings and maintain them. Not always as well as we'd like them to, but they get round to it in the end. And we do everything inside the buildings, and we run the site. So that's what we are. All volunteers, about 60 volunteers in total, about three-quarters are engineers, the other quarter are people like me. I'm not an engineer. And just to comment on another issue, coal is our biggest expense. Getting coal is a pain. Paying for it is even more of a pain. What's worrying me more than anything else is legislation that stops us burning coal at all. Last year we did a research programme funded by grant on biomass, and anyone wants a report on our successful research on biomass, we can now exist on biomass. It's compressed rapeseed oil briquettes, waste briquettes that we use, milled to a certain size that go through our stokers rather well. And it's not cheap, but on the other hand, it is available. Okay, and also just to comment on visitors, 2/3 of our visitors come from within 20 miles of Burton-upon-Trent. 2/3, that's mostly local people. Of the remaining third, 1/2 of them, so 1/6 of the total, are experts who come from around the world. We've had people from Australia in the last 3 weeks, and someone from California. And the other half are people generally on their holidays. So most of our people come without an expert view. So that's the background to Clay Mills. I've been a volunteer there and am now a trustee. Have been a trustee now for 4 or 5 years. I'm responsible for fundraising and things of those sorts of things, and I'm a tour guide. Okay, so The claim was pipe drug, which is what we restored with a Pilgrim Trust grant, and for which we've received the award. Thank you, Zoe. Is a unique. Now it's only unique now, of course. It didn't used to be unique, but it's the only one left in the world. 1913, open-bottomed cart, locally built to transport 3/4-ton pipes from one place to another across the pump in the pumping station, and that's what it was for. Keep turning over. I need to go into a bit more detail, though, about why, before I talk about the cart. It's a tale of unintended consequences. Engineers don't always get it right. Sometimes they don't know enough, and that's what happened in this case. So the whole, Burton is famous for beer. This is the Bass Brewery. We heard about the Bass Museum closing. The Bass Museum closing was a disaster. You might have seen, remember the picture of the Shire horse on the screen a few minutes ago. That Shire horse we were going to borrow to pull our pipe drug around on steaming days. We can no longer do that because the Shire horse is no longer at the Bass Museum. Okay, so in Bass, in 1889, Bass were bottling 100 million bottles a year. And there were 32 breweries in Burton because the groundwater was very good for making beer. Lots of sulfate, lots of magnesium, lots of calcium. The beer tasted good and lasted well. IPA, India Pale Ale, was brewed in Burton and sent to India in bottles, say 100 million bottles a year. That resulted, with all the other breweries, in a huge volume of effluent. And what they did with that effluent, which was yellow and stinking and hot, they tipped in the River Trent. Okay, and that didn't do the River Trent any good at all. And eventually, it caused a huge, huge problem. Because in 1858, the year of the Great Stink of London, there was a drought across the UK, and it was called by the local paper, the Great Stink of Burton. This is from the local paper. Owing to the want of water, no stream comes down the river, and the refuse from the breweries finds its way into the now almost vacant bed to stagnate and impregnate the atmosphere, and evil increased by the exhalations from putrescent fish and decaying vegetable matter. You don't get writing like that in local papers these days. Okay, so something had to be done, and what they did was decide to pump the effluent to a farm some 4 miles away. They employed a guy called James Manser, an international engineer in sewage and so forth, and effluent indeed. In 1885, when we were built, it wasn't sewage because there were very few inside toilets and very few toilets, no toilets joined to a sewer system in Burton. It was only the effluent, although later on, to be fair, they did mix in the sewage with it. And they pumped, this is the architect's drawing for the pumping station, 1883, signed by Manser, signed by the town clerk. It's about yay wide and yay deep. It's a huge, great thing, and hand-coloured, hand-drawn, hand-lettered. Exquisite piece of architectural history. They pumped the water up to the farm. The farm was 4 miles away, and half the farm was under effluent and half the farm was being farmed. And each year they swapped it round, so that the effluent went onto the ground. It fertilised the soil. They made some money out of the farm. Unfortunately, this is the first unintended consequence. The effluent was rather smelly. And it got to a point when the local village, and indeed the railway, took the council to court to say, this smell is causing us problems. The defendants have, by such discharge of the said sewage, blah, 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 causing a nuisance and reducing the value of our houses and all the things that you would normally complain about. And so it was all agreed that something had to be done. And the thing they did, okay, this is a picture from the 1930s. Our site is the 2 large buildings with a chimney between, in the middle left of the building. What they did, and the cooling ponds are to the right of that, what they did was install a liming shed. So they stirred lime, calcium hydroxide, into the effluent, which neutralised the worst of the smells. By no means all of the smell, but it reduced it somewhat substantially. The second unintended consequence only appeared after 7 or 8 years. After 7 or 8 years, they discovered that the pressure they have to run the pumps at was increasing. And after 8 years, they discovered that the pipes were bursting because these 27-inch pipes were getting some limescale. That is quite a lot of limescale. And they had to dig the pipes up, and having dug the pipes up, they had to get an apprentice, I think, to get in there, 27 inches, you can get in there just about, with a chisel and a hammer and a bucket to clean up the limescale, and then they put it back. A couple of years after that, 1910-11, they decided what they really needed was a second pipeline, because this one was being taken out of service too often, and they needed a second pipeline. So that's what they did, and that's where this story actually starts. Because in 1912-13, they built a pipe drug, they commissioned it locally. It's quite a big beast. The big wheels are 5 and a bit feet across. The small ones are 4 feet across. It's as I said, an open-bottomed cart, steerable front wheel. The main beams are about 12 inches across. They're reinforced by iron plates. It's really, really strong and solid thing. When the station was closed in 1970, before we came along in 1993, it went to another museum. I will not name the other museum because they left it outside for 30 years. And after 30 years, the iron work was okay, but the woodwork was in very poor condition and nothing could be done. You could see the state of the wheel, but generally the wood was rotten throughout. So we couldn't do anything with it straight away. We put it under tarpaulin, but then eventually we were able to save our pennies. Income is another issue. Getting grants for doing things, I can manage that usually. Getting grants for running expenses, damn near impossible. Okay, so on this occasion we got a grant to do this. We got a grant to build a building, and the first thing we did was take it all apart and do engineering drawings as we were taking it apart to make sure that we were doing it right. We had a conservator giving us advice all the way through, and a second conservator checking it out at the end of it. And so 25 centimetre by 25 centimetre, 12 inch by 12 inch architectural wood was used. It's laminated larch. We couldn't afford seasoned oak. Seasoned oak would have been our preference, but laminated larch is what they used to build inside beams on churches and things like that, modern churches, and it has the advantage also of being both very dense and strong, but also dimensionally stable. It doesn't warp at all. At least that's what we believe we've found so far. Most of the ironwork was okay. It needed to be sandblasted and all those things and cleaned up and brushed and all so forth, except for nuts and bolts and screws. All the bolts, of course, and all the nuts from 1913 were square. They weren't hexagonal. And so my engineer colleagues spent quite a lot of time taking square bar and fabricating from that nuts and bolts that were as authentic as we could make them. So that's just one drawing. I've got other drawings, but if I show them all, you get very bored very quickly. This is some of the work in progress. The left-hand picture there is 2 volunteers and doing some work in our workshops. We do all the work on our pumping station ourselves, with now 2 exceptions. One exception, we don't cast things anymore, because casting is a pretty specialist business. Casting iron and casting bronze. The new bearings, no, we send that outside. And the other one is making wheels. Come back to that in a second. But this is the left-hand picture. Is 2 volunteers using the larch, and each of those bits of larch would weigh probably 15 or 20 kilos. So it's quite solid stuff and big. This is making the bearing. If you go back to the previous picture, the bearing at the right-hand side in blue there is the bearing for the axles, and they're making that now. The middle top one it's been inverted, and yes. Our key volunteer, a guy called Jeff Gamble, is a furniture maker by trade. He was a bit uneasy about doing this because most furniture you can pick up and move around. This stuff, it weighs about 2 tons when it's finished, and it's heavy engineering. But never, so this top picture has been inverted. That's the steering ring. There's a separate steering ring on the bit that pivots around, and you can see it's been largely completed at that point. Most of the wood has been fully shaped. That's back on its wheels. You can see how big the rear wheel is compared to the people at the back of the thing. It's been painted at this stage, and it's now moving around. That's the final thing. The winches. You can see the winches on top of the pipe drug there are now working. It's just awaiting its top coat of paint. Here's a cautionary tale. Cautionary tale. We built a new building to put it in and to restore it. Unfortunately, the engineers were so keen on doing something that they did it before the building was finished. And that meant the concrete floor hasn't been sealed, so there's dust everywhere. So we can't do the top coat until we've got it outside again and, early next year and paint the floor, and then we can bring it back in again, and then we can do the top coat. So there you go. Whoops, what have I done? Yes. We kept all the old wood until they'd been signed off. The Conservator said, keep the old wood just in case. Once we'd finished the conservation, the wood went to our boilers. So it was a win-win for us. This is an aerial view of the site as it is today. The building I've been talking about is the one at the lower middle. You can see part of it there. The two engine houses and the boiler between, and that's basically our site. It is quite constrained, and it's also on the wrong side of a level crossing, but which is of course why it's there still, because if they hadn't had the level crossing, it would have been demolished when they stopped using it. But the land was no use to anybody else, and so they just left it when derelict when it was finished. I can't finish though without mentioning our AIA major grant to restore one of our boilers to working condition over the next year. So many thanks for that. The reason for that is we use original boilers. They need a 10-year ticket, 10-year certification. And with only two boilers, if one's being demolished, being taken apart to allow certification, and the other one has a problem of any sort, we couldn't steam, and that would mean our income stream would disappear completely. So we put an application in to get boiler one renovated. They've taken about 2 tons of scale out of it so far, and another ton of soot. Hundreds and hundreds, and if you see that hole at the bottom of the boiler, that's about this far across, less than just over about half a metre, I guess, across, and about 40 centimetres high, an ellipse. Volunteers have to get in there to scale out the boiler. What I always say on tours is we use our younger volunteers for that particular task. So, thanks for listening. Thanks for the award. Do come and visit. You've got a thing on your chair. Historic England say, and this is a typo. So my apologies for that. Historic England said with the most complete and best restored pumping station of its kind in England, because Historic England only do England, not the UK. There's been a typo in that. I'll have to get my colleagues to update it in due course. So there you go. Thank you all.
Brilliant. We might have some time at the end if anyone has any questions for award. So we'll have all of our awards, I think, and then if we've got questions at the end, we can field them about them.
And I'm around all tomorrow, so happy to.
Okay. Next up we have Roger Burt. If Roger would like to come and join us. Roger Burt has won the Publication Award 2024. Are you going to come this side?
Sure. And how do I advance it with this?
Which one was yours? Sorry.
Whilst Roger's bringing up the presentation, I'm going to wave his book around in case anyone would like to check it out online. Tin mining in Cornwall, 1900 to 1950. Okay.
Simply to show that this book is very much a collaborative effort. I've been working on mining history since I started as a postgraduate student in 1961. And since then, I've done a lot of work on a lot of different areas of mining history, tangentially on industrial archaeology via engineering history, basically. And I'll come to that in a moment. And what I was doing here was working with two of the people that I've worked with over that 50, 60-year period. One of whom is Mike Gill, and you might have come across Mike Gill in terms of the Northern Mine Research Society. He's been a kingpin in running that for a very long time, and has particularly been involved in developing a large website for them. And the other one is Norikazu Kudo, who you've never heard of, who's a Japanese academic and spent a lot of time with me in the 1960s and 70s when Japan was on a roll and industrializing, and they were anxious to find out what went wrong with Britain at the end of the 19th century, that we started to fall apart. And he was interested in mining because that pioneered that process, and went back to Japan to advise on that. The only trouble is they took no notice, and they now seem to be in the same situation that we were in the 1980s and 1990s, with a real problem with their industrial economy. One of the things I put in the book are references to Norikazu's articles, because quite a lot of his stuff on Cornish mining is hidden in the Keio Business History Journal that no one would ever know about, but some very interesting and some very useful stuff in there. Anyway, the thing that made it possible was I put this book to the University of Exeter Press, which I'd done over many years, and they said there was no interest in mining history anymore. And they weren't interested in doing it, and I then turned to the Trevithick Society, and the Trevithick Society said yes, they were interested on all things Cornish. As it turns out, they didn't quite get what they thought they were going to get. They did a really good job in producing it, far better than the professional University of Exeter would have done under the circumstances. And I can only have praise for Graham Thorne and Pete Joseph, who were the production team for this. And this is an interesting issue because the Trevithick Society, like all of the mining history societies, like AIA, like the Church of England, like any organisation you can think of these days, is in trouble. The membership is old, they can't get people to run things, so many of the aspects of the Trevithick Society are now finding themselves struggling, but these two guys are still running this very effective production system. And I should say within that, the mining history societies generally, not just the Trevithick Society, but Northern Mines, Peak District Mines Historical Society, and in America, the American Association of Mining History, and so on, have produced a vast literature on mining history, mining technology, mining IA. That's beginning to come to an end. If you plot the level of publication over time, it's now beginning to dry up or to become increasingly marginal. And it's a shame. It's almost as though there have been two generations of people born just before the Second World War and those that were born after the Second World War into the 1960s, who effectively invented mining history, created this very large literature, had a very wide interest group, but now the thing is imploding. And there are real issues about how that can be protected. And if you want an explanation for that, in another context, the Geological Society of London, which has many thousands of members globally, is the gateway to the geological profession. They are saying that it's very difficult anywhere in the world now to recruit geologists. It's difficult to get the kids to go along because geology means mining, mining is bad, but the whole green agenda is creating an environment in which the young don't wish to associate themselves with industry current and in the past. Now, you might say that that's a false analysis, but it does at this time seem to have a degree of impact. Anyway, back to this book. What I was trying to, it got written because of the lockdown. Sometime in the 1990s, I was able to buy a complete collection of The Mining World, which was a weekly journal that ran from the early 1870s right through to the 1950s, and reported in detail on mining company meetings. The Mining Journal, which some of you may know, talked a lot about the physical structure of mines, but the Mining World was very much about the financial structure. During the lockdown, I could do nothing but sit in my bedroom and read them. And I just went through this week by week from starting in about 1918 right through until the 1940s. Pretty obsessional behaviour. But I was able to actually tease out of that what was going on in Cornwall during this period when otherwise, when no one's really written about that. We've all looked at the golden age of mining, Cornish mining history in the 18th and 19th centuries, but that sort of comes to a crisis in the 1890s. Many of the really big mines close up before the First World War and are forgotten. So in a way, this was kind of virgin ground for me, created by happening to have an ownership of a journal and happening to have the pleasure of a lockdown to actually go and read it. What it showed was, when you got down to it, there were a lot of mines operating in Cornwall in the 1920s and 1930s. Revival of international prices produced a revived interest in the industry. But if you look at all those mines, there were only 3 of consequence. 1 or 2 other briefly blipped and showed some importance, but most of them were relatively small. They started during periods of rising prices, but then they went out of production in the crisis at the end of the 1920s, which is the next one. It just meant that there were 3 big mines to talk about. One was East Pool and Agar, that comes on during the course of the First World War, is spectacularly successful in finding new deposits of ore during the latter part of the First World War that regenerates interest in Cornish mining generally. By the end of the 19th century, a lot of people thought, well, Cornwall's worked out, there's not much left. But the surprise success of East Pool and Agar regenerated interest across the board, but particularly in that mine. The other one was at Givor. At the end of the 19th century, there was one really big mine on the western end of Cornwall, which was what is the big one at the end of Cornwall? Levant, of course it's Levant. A tiny little working next door, which was Givor. Oliver Weatherhead, who was very much involved with Dulcoath, was the chairman of the board of Dulcoath and regarded Dulcoath as the thing, happened to meet up with some guys who would come back from South Africa and who were working the Givor working, thought it was worth putting some money into. Gradually over time, put more and more into it. Givor came on like a train. It just grew bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually Givor effectively absorbed Levant. So Weatherhead is the guy that's really in charge of that. The other one, the other big mine of the time is South Crofty. And that runs very successfully all the way through. So the story of Cornish mining in the 1920s, 1930s, East Pool and Agar, it's the coming of Givor and of South Crofty. Now there are 3 people that make that success. The success of East Pool and Agar was entirely down to Charles Algernon Moring, who operated through a syndicate, the London, Australian and General Exploration Company. And the other one was Oliver Wethered, the other one is Francis Allen. None of them are Cornishmen. The Cornish like to celebrate Cornish mining as a product of Cornwall, but all these people lived in Surrey, which is rather embarrassing in a way. And they commuted occasionally down to Cornwall. Wethered commuted a lot, Francis Allen hardly at all, and Moring, who was very involved in all sorts of other things, very rarely. Moring and Wethered and Allen, but Moring and Wethered in particular, operated through these syndicates. They weren't interested in Cornwall. They weren't interested in Cornish mines. They were interested in holes in the ground that could make them a profit anywhere they could find them. Moring had made his fortune in gold mining in Australia in the 1890s. By the beginning of the 20th century, he was already based in London. He was after becoming a Edwardian gentleman. He was doing all the right things, but he was still looking around for mining opportunities everywhere. One of the things that he is still doing is still working in Australia. He runs a mine down there, a large gold mine, Sons of Gwalia, and he very successfully recruits a young graduate from the university in America, Herbert Hoover, and puts him in charge of that mine. Moring is very much the guy who creates Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover made his money working with Moring predominantly, parts company with Moring under a cloud just before the First World War. Hoover becomes involved during the First World War in international relief schemes, develops a political career, becomes the President of the United States by the end of the 1920s. So this is a man of some significance, not interested in Cornwall. The whole Eastbourne and Agar thing is brought to him as a proposition. He likes it, it works, and he puts his son in charge of it. One of the problems is that Charles Algernon Moring likes to be called Algernon because it's posher, and he calls his son Algernon. And through a complex relationship with the Freemasons in Cornwall, he organises for his son to become the MP for Cornwall during the 1920s. But, and that Algernon Moring runs on through into the post-war period. Oliver Wethered was much more attached to Cornwall in all sorts of different ways, particularly his involvement with Dole Coast. But he became very involved in the development of tin mines in Nigeria during the 1890s and early part of the century. And through his Rayfield syndicate, there were various Rayfield syndicates. One was Rayfield in brackets Nigeria syndicate. He got involved in things all over the place. Unfortunately, he had poor health all of his life, and he died relatively young. The other two, Moring and Allen, survive him and go on into the Second World War when they die pretty much of old age. I think Moring in 42, Allen just after the war. Allen is an interesting character. He very much a financier, knows nothing about mining. He's very much a financial wizard. He puts together various syndicate operations. What he's particularly successful in doing in Cornwall is finding a Cornishman to run his mine for him. And it is the Cornish mining engineer, who by that time has got experience overseas in the bigger mines of that period, who makes a success of South Crofty. But Allen's real success is not in Cornwall at all, but is in West Africa. And he is involved in the development of a big gold mining operation in what then was the Gold Coast, what is now Ghana, the Prestea mine, which produces a phenomenal amount of money. And if you look at the whole spectrum of Allen's operations, his money comes from these other operations. And South Crofty, although it regularly returns a dividend doesn't do much for him. What I've tried to do at the end of this is just to raise to you one interesting bit, I think, of industrial technology, what ought to be industrial archaeology, but there isn't any. And that is the introduction of core drilling. That is a boring subject. There's two ways of drilling a hole. One is to bash it, which is what we do with our own home electric drills, where it bashes it and gradually turns. The other way is to have a hollow drill with diamonds around the edge and drill with that. And if you do that, you can produce core, drill core. It enables you to look into the earth, to look into what is there. Until this technology becomes available, the only way you can tell what's going on underground is to sink a shaft. A lot of blokes, a lot of money. Drive a level, a lot of people, a lot of money. But with the core drill, you can begin to really see what's going on underground. And it's this core drill that is the big new technology of the late 19th century, because it enables you to find ore deposits which don't come to surface. Until that time, virtually every mine in every place was pursuing lodes that occurred at surface, because nobody knew what was underground. But with this new technology, they could drill and see what was there. And it's as important in finding stuff as it is in finding not stuff. Because if you drill holes and you find the ore, that's great. But if you drill holes and don't find the ore, that saved you sinking a shaft, which you might otherwise have sunk, which would have been a waste of money. And this is one of the big problems with mining. And actually, if you look at Cornwall in the 1930s, there were two things that really finish off mining in Cornwall at the end of the 1930s. One is Dole Coast, last throw of the dice to try and find new ore by sinking the Rosquita shaft, and they don't find it. And they sink millions into that, and it just doesn't come to anything. And the other one is the one that Eastbourne and Agar sink, which also doesn't find anything. So this technology is critical, but we have I can't think of any preserved versions of these machines. You can do one or two things. You can drill down from the surface, and the very first machines, this is about from the 1880s, and was developed by a man called Beaumont, Colonel Beaumont, of the Blackett-Beaumont family, who are very famous in the coal and lead mines in the Northumberland and Durham area. He was a lesser son, he was off in the military, and he developed this first core drilling machine, which drilled down from the surface. Now this stuff was important for mining, but it was also important for breweries. That most of the deep holes that were drilled for breweries to obtain clear water supply, particularly in London, were drilled by the Beaumont Diamond Drilling Company. And there's a whole lot of interesting work, I think, that can be done on that, which I've only just scratched the surface of. Today, if you pick up a copy of today's Mining Journal or any other mining pamphlets, what are they going to put? What picture do you put on the front of a mining magazine, apart from down in a hole? They nearly always seem to have a drilling rig. So what they say is great new exploration in Greenland, and they'll show you a picture of one of those in Greenland. Or next week they might show you one in West Africa. It's the same thing. It's boring. But it's symbolic. It's symbolic of this is how you explore, this is how you develop. And the person that brings this to Cornwall was Algernon Moring. He was the one who brings it to Eastpool and Agar, and the work of that machine in Eastpool and Agar is what unlocks the potential of that mine. It's later borrowed by Weatherhead, who uses it in Givor, and also another one was introduced by Francis Allen. So have a look for this machine that nobody knows anything about really. I've written an article about the origins of it, which just scratches the surface, but there's a lot of potential in looking at that. As I say, I don't know of anyone anywhere. I don't think any of these older ones, either surface or underground, are preserved. The only place I've ever seen them was in Alaska, where Alaska, they still work alluvial gold, so they only have to go down a short way. And I've seen great loads of these small ones just lined up and abandoned for lack of interest. And there are no gypsies there who want to turn them into scrap, so they're still left there. Okay, thank you very much.
Now, it's my very great pleasure to welcome up to the front of the room James Douay, who has won the Peter Neveson Award for Outstanding Scholarship for his publication, The Architecture of Steam. There we go. Lovely. Lovely.
Presentation touches on a couple of the previous subjects which Paul Belford mentioned, and also looking at Clay Mills earlier on. One of the claims I make in the end of this book is that there are more preserved steam pumping stations in Staffordshire than in the whole of continental Europe. Well, I'm not entirely sure if that's true, but then that's not my problem to disprove it. But it does raise the question that Paul touched on, whether there isn't some unified collaborative work you couldn't do with the Staffordshire pumping station, co-branding perhaps, or organising together. So that was an interesting area to touch on. So outstanding scholarship, well, needless to say, I feel somewhat embarrassed with such an exaggerated claim as outstanding scholarship. I'm not even sure what it means, and it's particularly acute for me because I live in Spain. So when I got this award, obviously I ran around and told everyone I could think of that I won a prize for outstanding scholarship. All say, so what is it?
I think it's here.
What does it look like, this scholarship? There's no direct translation. It seems to be, erudition and research. Not too sure whether that's correct. I mean, I make no claims to erudition, obviously. And the research, a bit like you were mentioning in the previous example, I started work on this with then English Heritage. Lockdown comes along and messed up all my plans for going to libraries and archives and revisiting the sites I saw years ago doing a relisting program. And the research was hugely benefited by an architect who worked for Thames Water called Bryce Caller, who ended up giving me all the material he'd collected for writing the book that he'd planned to write and then never got around to writing. So if anybody wants this stuff, I have a stack of research material and a database of all these sites. I'd be very happy to pass it on to somebody else. It's a great shame it would languish on my hard drive for the foreseeable future. So I'm proud of this book for three grounds. The first is I think it has an argument. It has a thesis, okay? So it's not just an explanation, a historical account of these, very beautiful in my mind, buildings. The argument is that these are not industrial buildings. These are civic buildings, okay? The argument is that industrialization happens in Great Britain largely under private initiative of private entrepreneurs and private businesses. And in the second half of the 19th century, the public realm starts catching up. And most municipalities start building schools, town halls, public baths, libraries, and pumping stations. And like those buildings, these are clearly not straightforward industrial buildings. They have an architectural quality, they have a dignity which reflects the seriousness of what it says in the subtitle, the Victorian sanitary crisis. So towns are growing fast all across the industrializing world, and huge numbers of people are suffering desperately from cholera, typhoid, you name it. And they don't really know why, because they think it's miasmas, but they do know that fresh and abundant drinking water is really important, and removing the sewage and the waste is equally important, and this is the technology that does it. So this is why the buildings, I argue, are so grand. And there's nothing really to support that argument apart from the evidence of the buildings themselves. No one wrote down, we must have a fantastic public station because we're all worried about public health. They just went to how they built them. So I think you can extrapolate from the buildings to that argument, okay? The second reason I'm proud of the book, that's wrong, isn't it? There we go, is I think it shows that this is very much a British typology and contribution to public benefit, okay? But how do you know that? You only know that by going and looking at other places. So you can not only see what was happening in Britain, but you can also see in the book what was happening in Toronto and Philadelphia and Paris and Barcelona and Lisbon and Chicago, all of which are facing similar problems and struggling with supplying adequate drinking water and removing the desperate waste which industrializing society, urbanizing societies are producing. And the architecture is clearly taking off first abroad. Okay, so the previous slide is from Chelsea. You can always recognize Newcomen engines or earlier Watt engine, but this is about the same period in Paris, where clearly they recognize that supplying fresh drinking water needs a building which demonstrates the importance of what they're doing. So this is built on the banks of the Seine in the center of Paris in the 1780s. There are Bolt and Watt steam engines inside there. The technology is British, but the architecture is clearly indicating these are very important, socially important buildings. And the same if you want to go across to Philadelphia. This is an amazing pumping station built in the 1790s. Again, it's not got a British steam engine inside it. It's got a rather strange American-built steam engine. But the architect had worked with John Smeaton, so the technology transfer came from Britain. And you can see a building which is heavily designed to show to the Philadelphian public clean water is coming, and abundant water, which all helped deal with the fire, the confirmations that American cities were struggling with. So I think the book has a really important international dimension, which I think gives its conclusions credibility. And the third question, so just another example, just to stay with the architecture for a moment. So this is the first architecturally designed pumping station in Britain. This is in Perth. This amazing classical combination of buildings. Even the chimney is a Tuscan column with a Tuscan urn on the top. One of the very earliest cast iron facades, earlier than many of the ones being built by James Borgalis in New York at the time. It's a beautifully cast iron cylinder for the deposit at the top. And you don't really get architectural design pumping stations in England until this is the first attempt at a pumping station designed by the architect in the Georgian period, the 1830s. This is the East London Waterworks at Old Ford. This line of, again, from my own view, very beautiful, dignified building, looking for a suitable form for this new typology which is emerging in the period. And this could, of course, this is obviously the Thames, it could be the Spree, it could be the Seine, it could be any river going through a central industrializing city. All these cities are struggling with this problem, trying to find out the solution, and the solutions are being generated by engineers in Great Britain. And the third reason I'm proud of it, I tried to make it readable. I tried to make it enjoyable. And this comes from reading an author I admire a lot, Richard Dawkins, he's a geneticist, he's a scientist, and he always said even scientific papers should encourage the reader to go through them. It shouldn't just be hard work. And I did try to make it readable. And one of the ways of doing that, and this was touched on by two speakers this morning, was focusing on the people involved. So this, as far as I can see, the design team who built the 4 engines in Crossness pumping station. So they're working for what's then called James Watt & Co. in the 1850s. The guy in the middle of Brown is the general manager, and the rest of him, his design team for designing steam engines. They're the master boiler maker, the master pattern maker, the master blacksmith. So these are the men, it's amazing survival of photograph, who were designing and building the steam engines of the period. There's another really fascinating photograph. So these are the guys who are installing the steam engine at Ryhope, a very famous conserved steam pumping station in Northumberland. I had a lot of fun with this, analysing
Why couldn't we see him?
I don't know. I mean, is he in his house or is
I think he's in his house.
No, I don't know why he's clapping.
And now, can I welcome Mark Adams up to the front?
Well, so far, the 2 books they've recommended I've got.
Well, there you are.
The other one
Mark Adams has won the Archaeology Report Award. And sadly, I do not have the award here with me, and embarrassingly. So we can take a selfie if you wish without the award, but we don't need to do that. So yeah, if we can give Mark a round of applause.
Well, thanks very much for inviting me here. It's, I'm absolutely made up to have won this. It's the first award I've won for any reports ever. It's only taken me 40 years. So, but I'm really pleased to have made it. I'm going to do an abridged version of this talk because, partly because the original's about 40 minutes long, and partly because most of you have already heard it once already, because I think I gave it at the 2022 conference. It was the one that was entirely online post-COVID. So, but it's nice to be here to do it in person anyway. Sometimes get... Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. I sometimes get asked when I meet people socially, when I tell them what I do for a living, what's the best thing you've ever found? What's the best project that you've ever worked on? And I genuinely always struggle to give an answer. So I normally say, well, they're all the same. It's like choosing your favourite child, It's sometimes even the ones where I don't find anything, it can tell you something about just the act of not finding something. But this one would definitely make my top 5 anyway. It's started off as, there we go, as a little 2-week watching brief in 2020, and gradually expanded. What was happening was the Isle of Man government had bought a plot of what they thought was a nice clean plot of land in the middle of Liverpool to construct a new ferry terminal. Because I've edited this, one of the things I've taken out is the location map that tells you where the site is. But you can just about make up on one of the 3 graces on the Liverpool pier head. And we've got Prince's Dock, which is that large expanse of water on the left-hand side of the slide. The ferry terminal that you can see there is an architect's visualisation of what the terminal was going to look like in 2019, and what they built was actually very similar to that. I'm going to have to acknowledge, first of all, the Isle of Man government, because they paid me to be there all the way through lockdown, and the construction company Sisk Builders, who normally when I'm doing things like watching briefs, there can be a bit of a tension's probably not quite the right word, but it can be a tricky relationship to manage somewhere. These guys were an absolute dream to work with, partly because they were genuinely interested in the archaeology that's turning up. Very often a lot of my stuff is post holes, pits, that I get really excited by, but I can see why for a lot of builders it's perhaps not the thing they want to see. But we'll go through the slides in a minute, and there's lots of big chunky walls and things, which really impressive. But they could really got to grips with what was going on. Oops, wrong way. But we'll start off with a little bit of historical background. Liverpool's a relatively new city. It was basically a village until 1207, maybe a little more than a farm. During the late medieval, early post-medieval period, trade with Ireland begins to expand, and then trade with the Americas, certainly from the 17th century, and the slave trade from the 1680s, 1690s, it suddenly begins to boom. Then the old dock, as it's now known, opened in 1710, 1712. And Liverpool really starts to take off. It outstrips Bristol and becomes the second port of the British Empire. And this is a map of the location of Prince's Dock, drawn by its designer, John Foster Senior. This is one of the proposals from, I think this one's 1798. Prince's Dock had a really long gestation period. So the Docks Committee first started thinking about building it in 1798. Didn't actually open until 1820. But this shows the site as Foster would have known it. We've got a fort here, and at the time it's on the northern fringes of Liverpool. You've got the black structure, fan-shaped structure at the top is Kirkdale Jail, but it was literally fields in 1800. So I'll skirt over. I could be here for another half hour if I talked about all the shenanigans and the financial scandals around the construction of Prince's Dock. It took a long time to complete, was massively over budget. These sort of scandals aren't confined to modern projects. Prince's Dock is probably the original of how these cost overruns and delays, and there was corruption, probably some corruption involved in it as well. But it opened as a simple elongated dock on the right of the slide, with an open entrance basin to the north. And you can see this map is 1823. The docks only opened in 1820, and this is part of Liverpool in the 19th century. As docks are built, they get overtaken by technology and just by the sheer expansion of trade. They're already thinking of building another dock, what's called the North Dock, to the north of it. That actually became Waterloo Dock, opened in the 1830s. So I've already mentioned Liverpool docks continuously evolving, changing. By the 1850s, Prince's Dock, which had been state-of-the-art in 1820, was effectively obsolete. It was too small for the ocean-going vessels of the time. So we've skipped Jesse Hartley and his construction of Albert Dock in the 1840s, development of the docks north of here. His successor, George Fosbury Lister, remodelled Prince's Dock in the 1860s. And this is what he did to it. So that square entrance basin that we saw on the 1820 plan has gone. Lister's changed its shape completely. And that open entrance to the River Mersey has been replaced by a triple lock entrance formed by these teardrop-shaped granite islands. We have to north and south, we have wider locks for larger vessels to come in, and a small central entrance passage that was intended to be used by smaller vessels like Mersey Flats, essentially large sailing vessels. We have a dock master's office built at the top, and we've got probably Foster's original lock gates to the entrance to the main Prince's Dock at the bottom. Then again, it's remodelled in the 1940s. They actually started work on this just before World War II, but events got in the way. And you can see it's been completely remodelled. You can just about make out the back of Lister's entrance there. The two little tails sticking out the back, but they put in a new river entrance. Sorry, my pointer's not working, but you can see where the sort of vertical writings going. That's the new river entrance lock, which opened in 1947. So this site's gone through various remodelings. What the new ferry terminal is just the latest iteration of what's been on this site. And there are other 1970s modifications that there's a naval college constructed on the site. When I rocked up in March 2020, there are obvious infilled features on the site, so full of brick rubble, shopping trolleys, plastic bags. Prince's Dock was only actually closed down in, I think it was 1982. A lot of this kit had been working up until this point. So a lot of the work that we do on the docks in Liverpool, this is probably like the third or fourth site I've excavated there. The vast majority is done with machine, because you're dealing with infilled lock gates, things like that. It's not generally a place. There are small amounts of hand digging. You see, I've got a colleague cleaning up one of the lock gates. We'll look at in a second. These are two guys cleaning out one of the gate winches. And that's the final result. So we've got a capstan in the foreground, a gate winch. You see the chain wrapped around the drum, and we're on this part of the site at the top. What's interesting about this is all the kit that was installed by Lister in the 1860s. This is it's the first large-scale use of hydraulic power in Liverpool. Lister's predecessor, Jesse Hartley, had used hydraulic jiggers for moving goods about on Albert Dock, but manpower in the 1840s was relatively cheap, so he hadn't installed much in the way of hydraulic kit. Lister used innovations developed by W.G. Armstrong. So we've got the capstan in the foreground, hydraulically operated. Move on the slide. That's a detailed view of it, and you can see we've got the capstan with its drive wheels, and on the left-hand side there's a metal plate and with mountings for 3 hydraulic motors. The hydraulic motor is effectively, think of it as a pump in reverse. So underneath the quayside, there's a network of pipes which take water from a steam-powered compressor, which delivers pressurized water to these motors. And there's a series of pistons that are driven by that, and that provides the force to rotate the capstan. This is one of Armstrong's original drawings. One of the things I did as part of the post-excavation for this was I had access to the Maritime Archives at National Museums Liverpool. And they've got most of the original drawings for this. So you can see this is the capstan, and somehow on this slide I managed to crop off Armstrong's signature on the bottom of the drawing on the right. That's what it would have looked like when it was new. I think it's from Armstrong's brochure. But you can see we've got on the bottom in front of us, we've got those three tubular things are the hydraulic motors. So effectively there's a piston in the oscillating piston in those that's driven backwards and forwards by an ingenious arrangement of valves, which allows the capstan to rotate. Yeah, I'll skip that one. This is the one of the gate winches. Slightly more detailed view you've got above. We've got the engine bed here. They've taken off the plate for the motors there. You've got a series of gears, and you can see on the top that sort of socketed thing on the top is a manual override for X. In the event that the hydraulic power failed, basically what they would do is stick great big wooden beams in there, and you could manually rotate it to open the gates. Yeah, that's another gate winch with these mountings for the hydraulic motors in place, and that's the manual override on another one. So these gate operating winches connected to great big shafts that ran underneath the dock, so with chains that connected to the lock gates. And this is that central entrance lock after we excavated it. One of the great things about this project was a lot of this stuff could actually be left in place. The amount of disturbance to it, this part of the site had already been disturbed in the 1970s when the Navy constructed what's called a stone frigate on the site, which is a naval training college. So the top of the dock wall here had already been removed. They just needed to know, the engineers just needed to know where these dock walls were, so they could avoid, because they were a piling obstruction, but they're way too thick to take out. So the little nicks have gone out of this, but most of that's still there underneath the ground. We've got the lock gates in the foreground, but the chains from those gate shafts, yeah, I've not got any in here. There's slightly deeper down, there are holes come out of there where the chains went in, connected to these lock gates, and that allowed them to be open and shut. There's another view of the lock gates. One of the great things about this was, because they needed to clear these piling obstructions, I was able to have a close look at how these granite islands were actually constructed. And it turns out that most dock walls, they're built as a vertical wall, increasing in thickness with depth. And there's no real counterfort or anything behind them. I think because of the way these islands have been constructed, because of the way the details of the way the forces work inside them, they've had to use this network of internal bracing walls. It's also complicated by the fact that to operate the lock gates, there's a complex arrangement of sluices underneath, and that's what these sort of square structures are. Here, those are the tops of the sluices. So it's much more complex. The granite islands are much more complex than a normal dock wall. And it's one of the things I tried to bring out in the report was how the lister had used his designs are really quite. They're built on the work of Jesse Hartley, but he'd also brought in some new methods for strengthening his walls, make them more robust. We think of sort of Hartley's work in places like Albert Dock as being permanent and having been there for 160, 170 years. Actually, dock wall collapses were relatively common in Liverpool. I've got photographs from the 1940s and 50s, whole sections of wall on Albert Dock that have fallen into the river. They needed continual maintenance. I've not traced any collapses of Lister's work though, so he seems to have got it slightly better. I'm going to finish briefly. This is relatively new. First thing is, one of the planning conditions on this was the creation of a heritage trail. So the UFO on the top left isn't a UFO, it's one of the capstans that was removed from site being reinstalled earlier this year. A heritage trail is now open, so if you're in Liverpool and you fancy killing half an hour wandering around the Isle of Man ferry terminal, there's a heritage trail, and I've got a sample of one of the information boards which has just been installed on the right. But the thing I'm equally proud of is Liverpool Merseyside is finally catching up with Manchester, and hopefully a lot of you will be familiar with the Greater Manchester Past Revealed series of books. If you're not, I can highly recommend them. Some great ones on industrial archaeology. I often use them professionally as a sort of primary source for desk-based assessments. The first in a similar Merseyside series will be the Prince's Dock one, which the cover's in the middle. I was hoping, it's in the last throes of production. I was hoping to have hard copies available by this month, but it's probably going to be nearer Christmas now. It's taken longer to get through review than I bargained for, but this will hopefully be the first of many. And say we will catch up with Manchester, but we've got a long way to go. But thank you very much. So.
I don't think I need that one.
Yes, I was going to do. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mark. We have a few awards for people who aren't here, but I'm going to announce them anyway. The first being to David Gwynn, who we heard from this morning, for the Publication Award for The Coming of the Railway, which is for anyone who would like to have a peruse and a purchase. The second and third award go to Lucy Godfrey for Sudbury Gasworks Restoration and Derbyshire Historic Buildings Trust for Wingfield Station for the Best Adaptive Reuse Awards. And both of those awards have, both of those sites have been awarded AIA restoration grants, which is really great news.
Yes, I should like to have seen Sudbury
Gasworks. It's doing something good. And lastly is, no, not lastly, the next one is Samuel Griffiths for his dissertation award, A Messy Business, an investigation into dust yard sites and their workers in the 19th century London. And then finally, someone who was trying to be here today but had some issues with various things. The Peter Neveson Award for Community Engagement is awarded to Colin Elder at Salford Archaeology for the Big Dig 2 at Rochdale. So if we can give them all a collective round of applause.
The Peter Neveson Award for Community Engagement.
And if you care to stick around for another few minutes, we're going to hear from Heritage of Industry. No?
Wearing my AIA hat.
Wearing an AIA hat.
Just a moment. I'm well aware that you've had 8 presentations today already, and already it's getting up to 5 o'clock. I had quite a big presentation put together here, but I'm going to skip almost all of it. You will be greatly relieved to hear, I'm sure. We had an excellent tour to Flanders in the spring of this year, in May. A number of you were on the tour. with the enormous help of the VVIA, I'll just put this one slide up. Sorry. The gentleman on the left here is Patrick Gerdebecker of VVIA, the Flemish Industrial Archaeology Society. He's holding a piece of punched paper tape, which appealed to me, having spent my life in the IT industry, but this was for controlling milling machinery, which was controlled by the tape. And it's in an exhibition which he put on in the Ghent Museum of Engineering, a wonderful exhibition. Jeff Wallace wrote a piece about it. And huge thanks to him. He put in a great deal of effort in helping us run that tour, which I believe was a great success. The second tour we ran, which was kind of part of conference, but also called our summer tour, was in Newcastle in July, the first week of July this year. Again, a considerable success. I hope people agree. But this next year, we are planning, I think, to put this session of conference back together with a tour. I can't yet tell you where it is because we haven't decided. What I can talk to you briefly about, and with the help of gentleman here, James Dewey, who you've heard from already this evening, we're hoping to organise a tour to Catalonia next spring. We have got this, I'll call it for now, a long list of possible sites, which we may include in the tour. So there's a whole collection of historic sites and museums. You can see highlighted in red with a Maritime Museum, Iron Architecture, Port Warehouse, Museum of Science, Salt Mine, Steam Winding Engines, Waterworks Museum, Historic Railway, Textile Museum, Coal Mining, Historic Railways again, Paper Mills, Wineries, which I'm very much looking forward to, and again, pumping stations, water tower, and so on. I can't give you any further detail than that possible list because we haven't decided it yet. Working with a local expert to plan all this, very early days, but I will announce these dates, which is Monday the 12th to Sunday the 18th of May, Barcelona based. We think probably staying the whole time in Barcelona, but even that is under review. There'll be 5 days of visits going over 6 nights. The usual sort of arrangements. You will be responsible for getting out there and getting home, but in between, we'll put together an all-inclusive tour for you. Keep an eye on the website, industrialarchaeology.org, also my website, heritageofindustry.co.uk, where as soon as there is anything, we'll put something on there, and first of all, allow you to register interest if you are thinking about coming on that tour, and later booking and so on. So thank you for your time.
Well, I think we've
seen some of that.
Yeah.
Not all of it.
I think we've been to Barcelona twice.
Yeah, we can leave that. That's very relevant. Thank you all very much for joining us today, and I hope you will stay on for the drinks reception, which is due to start at 6, but I'm sure it will probably start slightly earlier than 6. But in any case, we've got some time now to have a chat with everybody, grab anyone that you would like to have a chat with off the back of the talks that we've had, or somebody that perhaps you haven't had the chance to talk to today, as it's been quite busy. So yeah, thank you all very much, and thank you for our online attendees as well. I hope you've had an enjoyable and engaging day. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody.
If you get rid of that chap, David.
I don't know.